please welcome Operation Hope's President of Operations, Mr. Lance Triggs.
Good morning, good morning. How y'all doing? Y'all still want some more of this, huh? All right, well, we're in the final stages and we have another great day in store for you. Again, my name is Lance Triggs and I'm so happy to be here with you. And again, we thank all of you for your support. This again is our 10th annual Hope Global Forum. Let's give a round of applause for that milestone. Absolutely. And the theme of this Global Forum is the future. And what you've been hearing throughout the last couple of days is things tied to the future of everything, whether it's technology, whether it's financial well-being, et cetera, et cetera. And so hopefully you're learning something. Hopefully you've been networking. I assume you guys have been networking, right? All right, because that's part of the business here too as well. But again, we just are so thankful and blessed to have you with us. How many of you have been with us for more than 2 global forums? Just shout out. Okay. How about first timers? We have any first timers? Okay. And so for the first timers, is it going to be a second time? All right. Well, that's what I want to hear. Well, thank you for your support, because without you as delegates representing 25 countries from around the world, I think we have over 4,000 delegates that are part of this experience. We cannot be successful doing the work that we do. We anticipate over 5 million delegates live stream. Let's give them a round of applause and let them hear it, because we appreciate them being connected as well. Like everything, this costs money to make these things happen, and the way we are able to provide these things and scholarships is thanks to our wonderful sponsors. I want to first acknowledge the sponsors who have been with us from day one, 10 years. So Regions Bank, want to thank Regions Bank. Absolutely. Want to thank JP Morgan Chase. Want to thank Bank of America. I know Bank of America's been with us. Yep. We want to thank First Horizon Bank. Keith is here, and Beth Ardon and Beth Trotter. Thank you for your long-standing support. And I know we got Purple Rain as always here, Truist. That's what I'm talking about. You guys never disappoint me. Absolutely. And I want to, Bahari, Yolanda, please stand up. I want to acknowledge them. Been great partners over the years. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to go back to First Horizon. You heard from them on the first night. Keith, Beth, if you're here, stand up. I want you to be recognized. You know, it's all about relationships and connectivity, so thank you so much. And then we have the stagecoach in the house, Wells Fargo. I see you over there. Yep. Darlene and Michael. Is Michael here? Michael's not here. Okay, well, Darlene, stand up, representing Michael and the team. You know, Darlene and Michael have been also pivotal executive points of contacts for us to allow us to be very successful. So thank you. Also want to give a special shout out to U.S. Bank, as they're here, because they're one of our key sponsors. Corey, Montanay, Kelly, Shaku, you heard Shaku yesterday. Thank you, U.S. Bank, for your continuous partnership. We're in, I believe, 10 cities, if not more, throughout multiple states. And so without your support and leadership, we cannot continue the financial well-being work that we do in those markets. So thank you. And then I know Fulton Bank is in the house. I know last year we featured them in our home ownership program, which is over $1 billion in capital for home ownership. Dion and Smokey, thank you so much for your longstanding partnership in the markets that we serve together. And then we have a new partner, not a new partner, but a Hope Champion partner in Visa. Visa has been so kind to give us $500,000, y'all. $500,000 for membership and our digital entrepreneurship tool for women-owned businesses. Let's give Visa a round of applause. So thank you. And we're just so greatly appreciative. So are you ready to get the show on the road? All right, good. We have another great day of activity for you. And so we want to now welcome to the stage some great leaders who are going to be talking to you about some very powerful things. And so are you ready? All right. Well, welcome to the stage, the Dean of the J. Mack Robinson College of Business at Georgia State University, Richard Phillips. Come on out, Richard Phillips. And we have also the founder, chairman, and CEO of Operation Hope, John Hope Bryant. And then we also have the president of Clark Atlanta University, Dr. George T. French. He's also a part of our 1 Million Black Business Initiative. And then we also have the Atlanta Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Brian Johnson. Give him a round of applause. And then we have the chair for the Atlanta Board of Education, Erica Mitchell. All right, and then we have part of our, I think that's it, y'all.
Yes.
Let me get off the stage.
I'll take it from here.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
This is the home stretch of the 10th Annual Hope Global Forum. Have you enjoyed it?
Woo.
We have had the biggest meeting of our kind in the world this year, our 10th anniversary, but I think we've got to do more. About 2 years ago, I was able to go see a gentleman I now call the Steve Jobs of this generation. I went to the office of Sam Altman in San Francisco. And I walked around the building a couple times because it was like a little fortress, nondescript, couldn't figure out where the front entrance was, which was on the back. And I go in and he's dressed in some jeans and a t-shirt, and he pulls up his Apple computer and shows me a demonstration. I had no idea really what I was looking at, but it was a prototype for ChatGPT. So he asked me my opinion about what he should do, and I said, you got to talk to underserved communities. You can't just roll this out like everything else gets rolled out, talking to us, not with us. And he said, sure, I'll be happy to do that when I go on tour. I get a call from his office. I'm sorry, Sam's too busy. He's international right now. He comes back. He can't do underserved communities. He's going right to Washington, D.C., or wherever it was. And I said, no, he cannot not speak to underserved communities. It's a strategic mistake. Yeah. So I texted Sam directly. Sam, you got to come to the hood, DA-HOOD. And Sam said, let me work on it. So I get a call at Milken's conference. Michael Milken is here, by the way. Yes, he just flew from Dubai. You'll hear from him in a minute. I get a call when I was at Michael Milken's conference at 2 in the morning from Sam Altman saying the President of the United States, President Biden, needs to see me at the White House in 2 or 3 days. I'd like to go from the White House to your house. I'd like to come to Atlanta, Georgia. Can you organize a meeting? By the way, if you ever get a call like this, don't do the paralysis of analysis. Don't navel gaze. Don't let the perfect become the death of the good. Just say yes. Figure it out later. So I said, sure. And I hung up the phone. I turned to Shacher. I said, I have no idea. I'm going to pull that off. Let me wake up Dr. George French. So I called George French. I don't know what time it was. I know it was midnight in LA, so I guess it was 3 in the morning. I woke up Dr. French, he only said yes because he was delirious. Oh, I need a meeting. He organized the meeting. Sam goes from D.C. to Atlanta. We have the King family, the Young family, the presidents of all the HBCUs, everybody in the room, and my mind was blown. In 30 years, I've never been as excited and as terrified as what artificial intelligence presented itself to be. And it's just become more significant since then. Sam agrees to come to, he tours Clark Atlanta. I think he goes to Morehouse as well. He agrees to come at the forum at the last minute. You remember he had a slight employment situation. Okay, you guys missed all that. He comes back to OpenAI. He comes on the stage. As he's walking on stage, I said, Sam, we should announce the AI Ethics Council. He said, sure. Now, his staff would have said no, by the way, just to be clear. And we announced the AI Ethics Council. That was a year ago. And we can issue our report this year, our first report. We hit all the marks we promised. But we got to do more than just be PhDs. We got to be PhDs too. We can't just navel gaze and stare at the problem. So there's going to be job loss. There's going to be 70 million jobs. Poof. No, not whoo. Gone. And if you black and brown with a high school education and no hustle, you've been working at a convenience store or gas station or a grocery store or a fast food restaurant, done. If you are an accountant, maybe, done. Anything can be automated. Just give you some context. Am I boring you or are we okay? I'm getting to a point. Just trust me for a second. There's an estimate that in 2018-ish, the investment in AI was insignificant. Between 2019 and last year, the investment was $54 billion. Hold on. Between now and the end of 2025, the investment is estimated to be $200 billion, 4x in 1 year. This train is moving. Your life will be different by 2030. Completely different. Job losses and job gains. 70 million jobs lost, 80 million jobs gained, but those who lost it are not going to be the ones who get it unless you train and retrain your mind, your space, your place, and take your space on the stage of change. Now, I don't like sitting around and waiting for trains to hit me. I believe in rainbows follow storms. You cannot have a rainbow without a storm first. I believe we got to set the table, Brad Johnson. We have to set the table for the future. And I believe the underserved communities are a big part of that future. So I've talked, we had all the sports commissioners. Never happened in the history of America. Yesterday. What do? They cultivate young people for NFL, NBA, baseball. If you're in Canada, hockey. In elementary school, they farm club you. In the middle school, Dr. Johnson. By high school, they know who the pros are. You get a scholarship, Dean Phillips, and then you're ready. He was a basketball player, and you're off and running. But they do that but for the largest economy on the planet, who's farm clubbing, who's nurturing, who's cultivating our kids for accounting, finance, business, healthcare, AI, technology? No one. So, about 2 months ago, I had a crazy idea. And I called Dean Phillips of Georgia State University. And we had a meeting. And I said, I have this dream of mine, this crazy idea that we should pipeline kids from kindergarten. By the way, I apologize, I didn't call you first, Dr. Johnson and Ms. Mitchell. I had this idea, but we were already partners. I was going to pipeline kids from kindergarten, where we already have 8,000 kids who have child savings accounts, thanks to Mayor Dickens and APS and Superintendent Johnson. We're the only community in America where every kid has a kindergarten Hope savings account at kindergarten. By the way, if you have a savings account with money in it, you're 75% more likely to graduate from college. So we're already teaching financial literacy. We're already farm clubbing future capitalists. But I want AI literacy. So I talked to Dean Phillips about, let's farm club these kids from from elementary, kindergarten, and then let's cultivate them in middle school, and then high school, elementary school, and high school. Let's let them create the jobs of the future. Let's get them to create the apps of the future. Let's get them to create intellectual property rights that they can monetize and own themselves. Let's let tech companies come in and cultivate their spirits, ignite their imagination, get internships out of middle school, apprenticeships out of high school, and then let them get scholarships into college, hello, and let the tech companies hire them out of the ATL. Dean Phillips said yes. APS said yes. Superintendent is here. School board said yes. The chair of the Atlanta School Board is here, Miss Mitchell. HBCU said yes. Dr. Fritsch of Clark Atlanta. Dr. Thomas of Morehouse. I believe we're going to have Spelman, but I can't talk for Spelman right now, but I believe Spelman, they're on our council. I believe they will be on board as well. MasterCard said, here's a couple dollars to project manage this. This all happened in 2 months. Sam Altman said, I'm with you. Don't give me any more work, but I'm happy to do it. You do the work. I'll give you the support. I said, that's all I need. I'm here today to tell you, we have an agreement for the AILP, the AI Literacy Pipeline to Prosperity Project. Atlanta, you are the first city in the world to pipeline the future prosperity of our kids in artificial intelligence. Please, Dean Phillips, bring it home. By the way, temporarily I've made you an honorary black man, so there you go.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here. I'm not sure I can replicate John, but I'll do my best. Let me give you a couple of statistics just to put some numbers behind what John was talking about just a minute ago. Netflix, how many of you are subscribers to Netflix? It took 10 years for Netflix to get to 100 million subscribers. It took 7 days to get to 100 million subscribers on ChatGPT.
Wow.
Let me give you one more statistic. In the United States today, if you are awarded a patent in the first 10 years of your career, you are 10 times more likely to come from the top 1% of households in the United States than you are if you grew up in the median household income in the United States. And you can imagine the systemic differences across not just socioeconomic background of the people who are innovating in our economy, but also the differences in race, the differences in gender, and the differences in where you grew up. These are real systemic problems because we don't want just the top 1% of wealthy children to become the people that are going to determine what society looks like as ChatGPT and these extraordinary technologies develop. We need broad-based participation in the innovation and the diffusion of that technology through the economy, in the new businesses that will be coming. But we need them beyond that too. We need them in the public policy conversations. We need them in the conversations about how that technology is going to be regulated for the benefit of humanity, to make it safe. It can't be just a small percentage of our society that participates in the wealth and creation that will come from the development of that technology. That's what we're excited about to do here in partnership with John Hope Bryant and Operation Hope. Operation Hope is participating in hundreds and thousands of schools across this country. Georgia State University is a top 5 university in innovation, as noted by U.S. News and World Report, for the last 10 years in a row. We want to bring these two extraordinary organizations together to develop a program that is about innovation for all.
That's right.
That's what this program is about.
That's right.
It's going to take two things. One, creating exposure for students K through 12 so that they have an understanding of what it is that's coming, what it is they're going to need to do in order to be able to participate in the economy that's coming. And number two, they need to understand financial literacy. If they're going to build the businesses that are coming in the next generation, they may not be working for large corporations. There are going to be hundreds and millions of entrepreneurs that are going to develop this technology, because this technology is known as a general purpose technology, and it is going to be hard to close your eyes today and imagine the society that we're going to be living in 10 or 20 years. That's an extraordinary power that we need to make sure that ends up in the hands of a lot of our society and our economy. That's what we're doing here today. That's what we're excited to announce, is the launch of a pilot program to get this started next year, and then ultimately to scale this across the state of Georgia, across the United States, and we'll see what the boundaries are after that. So thanks very much for your attention today, and more importantly, if this is exciting to you, please let myself or John know what it is that we're doing. We've certainly got an initial set of partners we're going to be working with, but if there's others who want to participate and make sure that we end up with innovation for all in our world and in our economy, we look forward to partnering with you and hearing from you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dean Phillips. Now let's make this real. Can my team put up the MOU on the screen, the letter of intent between Georgia State University and and Operation Hope? That's the letter from the mayor. That's fine. This is the letter from Mayor Andre Dickens, just executed, I believe it was yesterday or today. He's in South Africa. He's signaling his support, and Mayor Dickens is represented on the stage here today. You have the letter also from Georgia State University. I give my team impossible tasks, but they do it pretty well. Well, that's the City of Atlanta's letter. That's fine. While they're finding that, let me tell you who the members of the AI Ethics Council are. Sam Altman and myself are co-chairs. Ambassador Andrew Young, yes, 92 years old, AI. I just love it. He's backstage, by the way.
I think he's 92.
I
think he's 92.
92, did I say 92? Yeah. Dr. Bernice A. King, who's continuing the dream, she's backstage. Dr. George A. French, he's on stage. Dr. David A. Thomas, he just sent me a note. There was a miscommunication. He's here in spirit. He would have been here, Morehouse College. Dr. Helene Gale, God bless her, from Spelman College, and we assume her predecessor will replace her on the council. Dr. Angela Williams, President and CEO of United Way Worldwide. Reed Hoffman, who founded LinkedIn, amongst other things, on the technology side. Van Jones, who said famously 99% of black people don't know anything about AI, and 99% of rich white people don't know anything about AI either. So we're all on the same page. We will distribute the letter from Georgia State and Operation Hope later. We'll make sure it's on the board later so you can see it. But this is now, with the signing of us affixed to this document, this is real in the world today. We already have cities trying to replicate us. It's not even started yet. We've gotten calls already saying, can we bring this to our rural white areas, our black and brown urban areas? This is about inclusive economics for all. Please give our partners a round of applause. Let's sign the document. Dean, I'll let you go first, sir. That's a sexy signature, man.
There you go.
Mayor's office. I'm not sure that's yours, Andre Dickens. School board. Thank you. Dr. French, oh no, Dr. Johnson, that's okay. No, the kids come first. Without K through 12, this doesn't work. Superintendent Johnson, Atlanta Public Schools. Dr. George A. French. CAU in the house. Ready? And do I have any space for me? Hold on a minute.
There it is. Come on.
And I'm signing Sam's name too. And it's done. Do you get it? Do you get it? Is this a good thing? Give them some love, please. Thank you so much. I love you very, very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
It'll be fun.
This will be fun. Get right here. Right here. I'll get right next to you. So this is the first project of the AI Ethics Council. The dean of the, and also want to give kudos to President Blake, Georgia State University, who's supportive. He's a techie also. So we're going to take this across the country. But this, the master project, the model is Atlanta. So this has to work. This has to work. This is the model for the whole country. So if other cities, other counties, other states want to weigh in, we're happy to have the conversation. But this is the dream team for Atlanta, for the country. All right, let's get going. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
I got up every day and didn't care about dying. In my mind, I was already dead.
Even the toughest guys who went through there were affected in ways they would not want to talk about.
I was a prison gang boss. I want you to know that I will kill you. That pen on your table, I'll kill you for it.
The whole Project Life is based around survival. No one ever teaches you how to live. You're automatically taught how to survive.
When I was 15, I was an animal running through these streets.
Ended a life, one bullet. It ended my life.
Home is trauma. Home is dysfunction. Home is just pain. I've been doing jail time since the 7th grade.
You know, Andre had up to 100 years. That's like life.
If young men don't see a way out, they choose drugs and violence.
Because they don't have money. Because they don't have education, they can't get a job.
This is a war zone. Hurt people tend to hurt people.
I'm locked in a cell, holding on to philosophy that's not working for me.
How do I make that decision that I'm leaving this place?
One of the things that inspired me about Malcolm X is he sat in a cell and he made it. Nelson Mandela sat in a cell and he made it. Mike Tyson came out of juvie, sat in a cell and he made it. Those are stories that touch me. For the first time in 6 years of being locked up, I said I want to go home. And the entire time I've been in jail, not one time did I think it or say it.
He made the decision to be a better man.
And for the next 8 years, I went to programs. Every single day, every chance I got. 90 minutes after I walked out of prison, I walk into a youth center. And I talk to him one-on-one.
You right now have a choice to make. You can focus on what doesn't work, and you will come away with what doesn't work. You don't have to learn lessons in the penitentiary.
And when we born, we all innocent little kids with that little twinkle in our eye.
The next rapist, murderer, gang member is sitting. He's sitting in the kidney garden hungry, wanting a sandwich and a hug. You don't give him the sandwich and a hug, now you trying to catch him at 16.
We never have somebody that come back to help inspire, bring us up.
No one has ever said, what can I do for you? He came in here and he showed that love, that respect, the attitude of gratitude.
Prison's where people end up. It's not where they start.
I can call him for anything, and he's never left my life.
He made me realize things about myself that I probably didn't know, and I probably would have never been told.
People say you can't help people who don't want to be helped, and that's a lie and it's wrong. There's just a step before that. It's getting them ready to want help.
Treat us like humans, and we act like humans.
I've never stepped back into a prison. I can't do it. He's going there to get him out.
In 1991, I said I want to go to Harvard. No matter what they said, I kept knowing I was going to get there. And I got there. Prison reform starts in kindergarten. We can stop them from coming. If we want to fix our country, go educate people. Educated people make educated decisions.
People like Andre going into the prisons, and they're reimagining how we can produce healing.
Andre Norman created the blueprint to show the world that it can work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andre Norman, president of Second Chance University.
Thank you. Thank you. As introduced, my name is Andre Norman. And today, I got up this morning, I got the invitation to come to this prestigious event, and I was like, wow, I looked at the lineup. Everybody was either in the audience or I said, what am I gonna wear? I got custom suits. I got some like fly shoes. I got the Rolex. What am I gonna wear? I said, well, who am I representing? So today I wear this because this is my shame. For 14 years, I stayed in a cage and I wore one of these. And the day I stepped out, I went straight to the store and bought new clothes. I've flown around the world and bought clothes from everywhere you can think of. And I'm a clothes fanatic because this was painful. So I wear this shame today because I represent 2.2 million people who wear this every single day. My brothers and sisters across the country are suffering and they feel forgotten. And we know they're not. My mission in life has been simple. Since I've come home, I wake up every morning and I ask myself, who can I help today? And over the last 25 years, because I've been home for 25 years now, I've gone and I've answered the call. I started out working with young black boys because it was what I was comfortable with. And somebody asked me to work with girls. I said, I don't know anything about being a girl. They said, Dre, nobody talks to the girls. So I would not talk to the girls. And they went through horrendous traumas. 1 in 4 molested before high school, domestic violence, substance abuse. Then they said, hey, Dre, go talk to the white kids. I said, man, white kids ain't got no problems. They own everything. I went to a white school. They drink, they smoke. They had one little girl show me from her wrist to her ankle where she cut herself. She said, this is what I do when people don't listen to me. And I just said, if anybody calls my phone, I'll show up. And for the last 25 years of my life, that's what I've been doing. I've been going around the world and just helping people. When Guatemala was in crisis, we flew to Guatemala. When Honduras had the highest murder rate in the world, they called us and we flew to Honduras. When Liberia was post-Civil War, we flew to Liberia. And it wasn't that long ago, there was a thing called Ferguson, Black Lives Matter. When it happened, for a year plus, there was protests in the street. They called us, we flew into Ferguson, and we stopped the riots, our team. And we was consistent around showing up and being helpful. And it was in 2016, there was a gentleman named Dr. Charles Ogletree who reached out, and he said, Andre, I've been seeing your work, and I want you to come here to Harvard University. And he gave me a fellowship. And he didn't know 25 years prior, when I was sitting in a cell, a gang member, sitting in solitary confinement in a hole for 2.5 years, I said I had enough of this and I wanted to go home and go to Harvard. And everybody said it was impossible. They said, you can't do that. I said, well, why can't I go to Harvard? They said, you're black. You're a gang member. You're a criminal. You're illiterate. You're from a poor family. And they told me all the reasons I couldn't go. And I went in my room, my cell, and I wrote out a list of all the things that I needed to do to get there. And I looked in the mirror. I said, what's inside of me that's stopping this dream from happening? And I started doing the work. And over the next 8 years, 20 hours a day, I worked. And on November 15th, 1999, they opened the door. They let me out. And in 2016, Dr. Charles Ogletree gave me my fellowship. And it was like the greatest day of my life. It was like, I made it. I did what people said couldn't be done. And my friends were coming from prison. Yo, Dre, what's up, man? What's popping? I'm like, yo, I'm at Harvard. And I don't have to sneak in. They said, you really made it? They said, Dre, you made it? You're at Harvard? I said, yeah. I said, they gave me a little desk, I'm saying, with my little plaque and my name. There was like 4 of us at the desk, but I said it was my desk. So the other little kids were like, yo, he kind of scary, so they let me have that. This is mine. And I'm like, yo, I'm really here. And to have Charles Ogletree, Henry Louis Gates, Cornel West, Anthony Appiah as mentors didn't even make sense. It didn't seem feasible. That this poor little kid from the projects who grew up in a penitentiary, who had all the disadvantages humanly possible, was now sitting at Harvard University. And I said, what's your Harvard? What do you want to be? I started challenging them to do and be better. And it wasn't that long ago, I met a company. They're out of Texas. And they have these things now. In case you don't know, this is a prison tablet. There's a company called Inventive. And the CEO named Dave Abel, super good guy. He said, Andre, You visit prisons all over the country. That's what every week I go to another prison. Every week I'm in another prison. Every week I'm in another prison. And I'm trying my best to be helpful. And he showed me this. He said, if you make a video or a training, I can hit a button and put your information in front of 650,000 inmates at one time. So what we do now, we have Second Chance University, where we educate people in real time on these topics. They're not left behind just because they're in Nevada or Wyoming. They're not left behind because they're in Fulton County or Rice Street. They're not left behind regardless where they are. They could be in their cells, on death row, in solitary or GP or protective custody, and we can reach them in real time. The reason I'm here is because I wanted you to know that I'm not the only one. I'm not. There are millions of people who are sitting in a cell waiting for the chance that I waited for. And that chance was a mentor with positive reinforcement and a guiding hand. Now, my first mentor was an Orthodox Jewish rabbi. He knew nothing about being black. I knew nothing about being Jewish. But he was a great teacher, and I was a great student. And he taught me how to be respectful, accountable, attentive, you know what I'm saying, a servant leader, and I listened, and he taught. I got another mentor, and I got another mentor. I got another mentor. And I just kept getting mentors, and I kept enhancing my life. I never got a degree from Harvard, but I got skills along the way that helped me open companies and do things around the world. I've been over 30 countries already, and it's a phenomenal thing to have a passport and just jump on a plane and go. It's like, I can just do that. It's like, why not? And I say to my brothers, why aren't you trying to go beyond these 4 square blocks that you grew up in? They said, Dre, we can't go behind these 4 square blocks. This is where we're supposed to be. We're not welcome downtown because I don't have a suit. I don't have nice cufflinks. I don't have a tie. I don't have money to sit in there. I don't know how to sit. I don't know how to sit at the table around all these people. And it's time that we embrace our brothers and sisters. I remember I worked at a nonprofit that was attached to a church. And the church had prayed for 15 years to help gang members. And I came and I worked at the nonprofit, and one day the pastor said, how come none of you come to church? I said, we never been invited. So we got all this, yeah, bring the brothers in. So Sunday we had like 20 brothers upstairs in the vestibule. But then the deacon came in, he said, yo, Dre, what you doing? So we about to go to church with Pastor. He said, Pastor, hold on. Me, the pastor, and the deacon went down into the church. Stop music. He said, listen, we've been praying for 20 years for the brothers. We've been praying religiously and fasting religiously for the brothers. They're like this. They said, do we want them? They said, yes. They said, good, because they're upstairs. They said, do we really want them? And everybody said yes. And we came downstairs, and within 2 months, it was all out the front door. They're clutching their purse, holding their wife, hiding their stuff. I'm like, I'm not here to steal your stuff. Trust me, don't even want your wife, we good. But they said they wanted us till we got there. Do you want us? Do you really want us? Because we will show up and we will show out and we can do immensely great things in the world. This group, these people, Mr. Bryant, and all the people who are here, including yourselves, I appreciate you. But before I leave this stage, I'd be remiss to think that if there's 1,000, 2,000 people in this audience, not one of you has a struggling son, daughter, a struggling sibling, a struggling spouse. So if any of you are dealing with someone in your family dealing with depression, drug addiction, fentanyl, stressed out, and you're sitting here, you look nice, you dress up well. Y'all dress up well. But some of you were on the phone before you came in talking about, is he okay? Is she okay? I got to go into this meeting. I'll be right back. I'll chat after lunch. If you are struggling in your family, let me help you. Before we go save the world, let's save your child. Because I got a saying, never jump on your own to save somebody else's. Everybody here is committed to your well-being as well as the next generations. But what good does it do to do all the great work and lose your own child? So if your child is in need or your loved one is in need, please reach out. We're here for you. For me to be one of the greatest interventionists in the world and you say, oh, that was great, clap, but my son's struggling, I'm not gonna call him. No. So, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate you. I appreciate you showing up. It's been phenomenal, and we know where to find them. They're in elementary school. Thank you.
Because the breaking of loose was through non-violence and not through violence. The aftermath is the creation of the beloved community.
There was a moment when we could declare success, but justice and who has it and who doesn't is a contested idea.
We still have poverty, we still have inequality.
There exists this very broad skepticism that U.S. society can change and that they will ultimately reach equality in the country at all.
Some of these biases that can be found all across the internet are now getting fed into these AI systems, and some are making really big decisions about us, from mortgages to university acceptance to healthcare outcomes.
If you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
What happened to the village raising kids that look like me mentality?
Thank you.
And then 1 in 2 adults report miserable levels of loneliness.
3.5 million black families have a negative net worth due to debt.
It's very difficult to be optimistic.
As brutal as this sounds, get used to it. This is your country and you have to figure out how to live here.
Dr. Bernice King, a global thought leader and CEO of the King Center.
I don't want his words just to be alive in someone's mouth. I want them to be alive in their life.
A.R. Bernard.
A.R. Bernard. A.R. Bernard.
Founder of the largest church in New York City.
As leaders, we are facing many, many challenges, but you don't face them alone.
Great Ray McGuire found himself becoming one of the highest-ranked black executives.
More than a decade at Citigroup before Lazard as president.
I got no economic justice. I got no social justice. I'm not interested in the crumbs. Matter of fact, I'm interested in the cake. I'm interested in us owning bakeries.
Dan Jones, founder of Green Machine Innovation Lab.
It took a little bit of courage to break that logjam, and now it's broken.
We have a responsibility where we do agree to work together hard.
Ministry has poured millions into Port Alice neighborhoods.
I don't want to just be inspirational and not transformational. Good morning to the Hope Glow Forum. I want to greet and appreciate my friend John Hope Bryant for all of the amazing intellectual smorgasbord that he has poured out for us to consume. I have joined virtually. It was my intention to be there physically. I apologize, but I had a recent health incident that was a lot more serious than I initially thought that it was, and the doctors are not allowing me to travel as yet, but I was determined to stick my head into this opportunity and greet you and thank all of that know about it and that have been praying for me. I am on the road to getting better, and we're very well ahead of it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The old adage that
Praying for you, Bishop.
Thank you, sir. I know you are. I can feel your prayers every day. The old adage that health is the new wealth, it takes on a whole new meaning when yours is challenged. Right. And so I feel blessed and grateful just to be able to join you through this forum and just to greet you, and also to be so thankful that although I couldn't be there, my team is there, and I want all of my team, my executive team members and people that make up the TD Jakes group, not the Potter's House, but the TD Jakes group, which is our foundation, which is our real estate ventures, which is our TD Jakes enterprise, to just stand for a moment, and would you just give them a round of applause? I ask you to applaud them because you aren't better than the people that you surround yourself with. And although people like me often get the credit, we could not do what we do without the brain trust that we have available to us. And we're grateful for it. Speaking of brain trust, you have a brain trust on this stage that I was blessed with the privilege to handpick, and that I've enjoyed a relationship with for a number of years to coordinate a powerful discussion that I believe is going to be life-changing and informative, and perhaps motivate you to go even further than you have already done and already gone. I sense I cannot be the moderator as I was intended to be, and again, I apologize for that, but I'm doing the best I can. I have in my stead our COO for the TD Jakes enterprise,
I can't say, but I'm just telling you, it's a modern miracle. What you just saw is a modern miracle. That's God, ain't nothing but God saying, your job's not done yet. And so anyway, God bless you. Thank you, Bishop, in absentia.
Thank you, John. Well, since we lost Bishop for a second, and I think it's actually really fitting because I know he's still watching because he watches everything. I think it's fitting that we really reflect and represent to him his importance to us in the influence and impact he has had probably on most of our lives. If this man has touched you, inspired you, motivated you, encouraged you in any way, can you just for 30 seconds take the roof off this place? And let's thank God for Bishop TD Jakes. Love you, Bishop. Yeah. Come on, let them feel it. Let them feel it. Yeah. So as Bishop already articulated, we have an amazing brain trust with us today to dive deep on the subject of the beloved community. And when we talk about building a world where all people can thrive, where there is truly justice for all, when we come into forums like this that our host has so graciously put together all of this amazing content from thought leaders from all over the world for us to be inspired and to think about how we can make the world a better place. There's no better group of people that is assembled on this platform today to talk about the beloved community. And since we are honored and graced to have Dr. Bernice King with us today, yes. And since my mama is probably watching, I'm gonna say ladies first and ask you, your father popularized the term beloved community. What was his hopes and aspirations as he aspired into that place?
Well, I didn't have a personal conversation with him. Just so everybody knows, a gentleman, a philosopher, American philosopher.
I can't hear.
marriage philosopher, Josiah Royce, is the person who coined the phrase beloved community. For him, it was an ideal. And so when my father came along, and obviously my father was very studious, studied a lot of philosophers and theologians, so came across this notion of the beloved community. He popularized it because in his first speech to the Montgomery Improvement Association for the bus boycott, he talked about the aftermath of nonviolence being redemption, reconciliation, and creation of the beloved community. For my father, it was not aspirational. It was aspirational for Josiah. For my father, it was a realistic vision because he felt that nonviolence was the means to achieve this inclusive human community that through love manifests in justice, equality, freedom, and peace. But there's recognition in the beloved community of the sacredness of all human persons and respect and for the dignity and worth of every person. And that respect has to manifest itself in our systems and structures. And there's an acknowledgement that there's an interrelatedness and interdependence to all human life. And so the acknowledgement of the sacredness of the human personality connected with this love, manifesting justice, peace, freedom, and equality was a part of his vision. But many people now use it as a term but don't understand. For my daddy, it meant that you had to study, embrace, practice nonviolence to get to that beloved community.
Wow. Given that we are where we are in such a polarized society, how close or how far are we to that idea?
It depends on who the person is. I think collectively we're still struggling. I think part of it is that we've become more materially focused than we have become spiritually focused. And what I mean by that is that we are the highest form of God's creation. And we have a capacity to elevate past what's happening right before us and to create a different dynamic. So when you look at the polarization that currently exists, there's a tendency for us to operate from a lower level and to try to get into the mix of all of that rather than to transcend it and try to pull people in. They call people out. When you have a beloved community mindset, a love-centered mindset, focused on the end of reconciliation and creating an atmosphere of justice, freedom, equality, and peace, you don't call people out, you call people in and you call them up.
Love that. Love that. Oh my God, I love that. That's amazing. You don't call people out, you call them in and you call them up.
Right.
Speaking of calling people up and calling people in, Dr. A.R. Bernard, you have had a legacy of work that have done that in multiple levels. You stand at the intersection of ministry and marketplace. You've developed communities. How important is it to have faith leaders as a central part to building the beloved community?
Oh, my goodness. First, let me say that our prayers continue for Bishop Jakes. We're glad to hear that he's recovering and doing well. He plays a very, very important role in social discourse and political discourse as well, not just spiritually, in our society. So we're grateful, and we continue to pray for him. I just want to say that publicly. Bishop asked me to respond within a historical framework. I'll try to do that in a minute. Let me take it here. This decade, we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Harlem Renaissance, which emerged in the 1920s. A collection of gifted Black thought leaders, writers, artists, and creatives convene to both react to the systemic inequities that were present in our nation 100 years ago and to proactively shape a new Black identity. They were inspired by the great migration of African Americans from the South to the North, looking for better economics, better quality of life. They were inspired by the war, World War I, in that African Americans felt that if they fought in the war for this country, it will show their loyalty, their passion for this country, and hopefully lead to greater civil rights. That was their optimism. The frustration was that what it actually led to was greater discrimination, greater segregation, and the resurgence of white supremacist violence, including lynching and racial riots. But it didn't stop them from thinking, because they began to turn inwardly to their own community. And I think that's important, because as we look back 100 years, it's amazing how parallel then was to now. We had a Spanish flu pandemic, killed 675,000 American people. We had the Red Scare, which led to the 1924 Immigration Act, where Eastern Europeans were reduced in terms of coming into the United States, and of course the ban of Asian Americans. We had the Red Summer of racial riots across the country. We had the KKK marching down Washington, parading in regalia, and then meeting with President Harding, as part of America and American history. We had a radical conservative shift in the social and political landscape. We had presidents who decided that they were going to engage in isolationism policy, which of course had international impact, because removing ourselves from an international landscape created vacuums that were later filled with totalitarian, nationalistic regimes that led to World War II. Tariffs were placed in the United States, and of course, nations reacted, which began to influence the global market. And I can go on, but the interesting thing is, and what we need to look at is, in the midst of all of that was happening, right? We had unprecedented economic boom and cultural innovation.
Wow.
And the Harlem Renaissance was part of that cultural innovation, because either change will lead us or we will change. And as I said, history doesn't repeat itself, people do.
Right.
So how can we observe what's happening today that mirrors 100 years ago and take advantage of what accompanied what was happening 100 years ago and is now happening today? I'm excited about the possibilities. So when we think about the beloved community that Dr. King spoke of, back then there was a tension, because there were those who agreed with it because he was basing it on integration and a theological framework on the humanity of all individuals in the image of God. But then there were individuals, like in my neighborhood, we leaned to was Malcolm, who was saying, no, there has to be segregation. We have to develop our own. And I think what we realize along the way is that there has to be a both and solution. We deal with the personal transformation of the individual, but we also have to deal with the transformation of communities, and we have to deal with the systemic problems that perpetuate our marginalization within American society.
Yes, love that, love that. Yes. So speaking of the opportunity that's in front of us to actually take advantage of the history that we have, whether we view it as good or bad, you see it as an opportunity to learn and to grow from what we have done so that we can get to a more deepened community rather than having a shallow form of community or a fear-based community where oftentimes most people assemble around something that they are afraid of or something that they just don't want to deal with. But what you're suggesting is that we have the opportunity to have a more deepened community. We have with us the president of Lazard, Ray McGuire, and I'm curious as to your thoughts. What does that look like economically? How do we intentionally learn from past behavior, past thoughts, past circumstances to a more brightful, more hopeful future of an inclusive economy?
So first of all, thank you for having me. I clearly am a member of the beloved community. I fell a little off my game, though. You have on blue shoes. She's got on green shoes. And the Reverend's got the highest in hush puppies I've ever seen. I got some custom stuff, but it looks like I'm still off my game. So. We have gotten a brief sermon, thank you. We've gotten a history lesson. I'm reminded of what King said in that letter. We are tied in an inescapable garment of destiny. What affects one affects all. And if I think about that, and I think about the history lesson here, and I think about the examples that we've had where we've seized the opportunity, the examples reside in the public figures who partnered with the private sector. And we know them all. We know of Andrew Young, and we know of Marion Barry, and we know of Harold Washington, and we know of Maynard Young, and we know of all the advances that took place under their leadership. The question becomes today, I got 600 and some odd mayors representing 48 million people, 4 of whom are running the largest cities in the country. Where is the opportunity and how do we seize that opportunity? I have, for the past 40 years, been in the middle of the money game, so I understand how capital flows, not only locally, nationally, but globally. If I look at the dollars available, if we leverage our public platforms to benefit the beloved community, they are enormous. And so the opportunity exists. We need to start at the foundational level, as has been referenced in the first forum here, and that is education. We need to invest in education. What do I mean by that? If I look at black and brown boys and girls between the 3rd and 8th grade, 7 to 8 out of 10 are below proficient. Below proficient, it doesn't poll, and therefore leadership doesn't seem to be so focused on that. And why do I reference that? Because that then becomes pipeline that gets us to the HBCU so that we can graduate in less than 6 years and get the funding for those programs so that we get the opportunity to get the education. So I look at the landscape, informed and inspired by history, to say we have made progress. We seem to perhaps have stalled a bit, notwithstanding our leadership positions. We have not returned to the foundation, which you referenced, which is the church. And it doesn't appear to me that we have learned the lessons that we knew historically that advanced us in every material category in which we advanced under that leadership: education, housing, healthcare, economics. And if I look at where we are today relative to where we've been historically, I'm going to be generous and say we have enormous opportunities to replicate and even better going forward than the riches that we were able to generate historically. So the examples are there in our community: faith-based, public, private. And if we just listen to and learn from those examples, the ability for our best days to be ahead of us as opposed to behind us are enormous.
Wow. Amen to that. Speaking of public-private partnerships and innovation, I was going to talk to us a little bit about, or ask a question or propose a question about the advances of technology and how it can be used to help to buoy and influence a beloved community. But just for a second, I think we need to take a moment and congratulate and celebrate our host, John Hope Bryant, for creating the AIPL. That is absolute. Oh, come on, y'all. An artificial intelligence pipeline. Amazing. What role do you see technology playing in helping us to shape, or not, a more beloved community?
Me?
Anyone.
I think that needs to go to someone else.
Who's looking at you?
You looking at me?
I was trying to figure out who he was talking to.
Yeah.
So let me take a stab at it. You heard some of the statistics cited by John Hope Bryant when it comes to the investment in artificial intelligence. And we look at some of the colleges and universities that are now have been focused on STEM. We're now advanced beyond that, meaning that it used to be that if you were in engineering, you could code, that was the future. Today, you see a lot of that being dislocated by generative AI. What will not be dislocated by generative AI, about which we're not talking, is that in generative AI, we're going to need two fundamental things about which none of us are talking, about which there is enormous opportunity to have a foundation of wealth: plumbers and electricians. I guarantee you today, in what is not known, in order for generative AI to exist, you need water, you need electricity. And then you need to retrofit the power and electrical grid in order for people to be able to access it. The things which we take for granted until we don't. When your water goes out, who do you call? Now, I know some of us have gone to Sears. It used to go to Sears and think we can do the handyman move, but the water goes out and there's a leak, you got to call a plumber. Right. Lights go out, you have no idea where the box is and how to fix it. Generative AI at a foundational level will make certain that those opportunities exist. Now, when it gets to dispossession or dislocation of human talent, that will happen at the most fundamental level. It used to be the case that we went through toll booths, we had people there who would give us tickets on one end, and then we exited, we'd have tickets on the other end. Today, that is all gone. You got a tag that says Easy Pass, and you can go through the fast lane and go through the tolls with zero human interaction. There will be other examples like that. Having said that, the more we invest in understanding and the more we educate the next generation who are digital natives as opposed to people like me who are digital immigrants, we can figure out how we exist here. The other is in generative AI. All of us, guarantee everybody in here has one of these machines. Everybody. Now, what will happen is the ability to access this and manage our lives in a more succinct manner than what we do today will exist on this. And so we have to figure out as a community, which is why the thoughtfulness behind the movement in generative AI that John Hope Bryant and others talked about at the initial forum, that thoughtfulness is something that we need to embrace. Get invested intellectually, educationally in generative AI, because otherwise it will move you, it will displace you in ways that we've not seen before. There's never been a moment in history where you've seen technology and the advent of technology have such a profound impact on how we think about ourselves and how we interact with each other.
I'd like to affirm, please, what my brother Ray McGuire is saying, because we shovels in the ground in April, and we're working on the first 4 buildings, which is part of a $1.2 billion development project in Brooklyn. We're developing 10.5 acres. We're bringing 2,000 units of mixed income affordable housing, 130,000 square feet of retail and commercial space, 24-hour childcare, which is a new incentive nationally. It's one of the largest program developments in the country. And what we found was just that, this whole body of individuals who are ripe to be HVAC carpenters, plumbers, and electricians across the country. So everywhere you go in these cities, you see all of these skyscrapers going up, you see all of these cranes active. But the question is, who is running these things? So what we did was add a trade school to the entire development program, and we're building it in such a way, I'm going to date myself here, but we used to have shop when I was in high school. And you could go to carpentry, you could go to electrical shop, and doing it in that fashion, so the space is going to be industrial space that will house situations where each can actually engage hands-on in the work itself. We, as people of color, coming out of a period of a $34 billion crime bill that affected us and our black men negatively, who are coming out of prison and trying to go back into society, they currently need things like this to help them assimilate back into society in a helpful way. So these are the kind of things that I think we need to do and engage in.
Let me just pause on that, just to amplify that. $1.2 billion, 10 acres. The magnitude of that that's exemplary. And it doesn't happen across the board. You, the faith-based community, public-private partnerships, you're an example of that. And the more we can replicate that kind of best in class across the country, the more we elevate our population, the beloved community.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Yes. Go ahead, Dr.
No
King.
problem. I want to take a stab at it from this angle. AI doesn't have a soul or a spirit. We do.
Yes.
It can help us if we are where we need to be spiritually, morally, and ethically. That's why I think the AI Ethics Council that John started, that I'm a part of, is so critical. Because one of the things my father cautioned us of in his book, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos and Community, in his World House, he talked about how technology and science had advanced us to a place where we have this wonderful connectivity, neighborhood-like connectivity. But where we have failed is we have not learned how to live together as brothers and sisters. And he went on to say, if we don't, we will be forced to perish together as fools. And he talked about how there's this great chasm that creates this problem of learning how to live or perish between technological advancement, ethical and moral advancement. So as technology is advancing, if we ourselves don't take deep introspection at who we are, how we see each other, how we relate to each other, how we live together, because we are still humankind. He said, if we don't keep pace and help to bridge that chasm, we will destroy ourselves in the very misuse of those instruments.
Wow. Wow.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen. So, in our closing thoughts, and this is for the whole panel to think about, to respond to, that type of intentionality around making sure our hearts, our souls, our minds keep pace with the current trends and transformational ways technology is changing our lives. If we're not doing it the same way, given that, here's the question, given that communities at times are not always formed intentionally.
Right.
Sometimes they are, and oftentimes they are formed because of unpredictable events, such as COVID, or historically, like the civil rights movement. Some catastrophe or some crisis that forces people to have a shared intersection. How can we intentionally build beloved community without having a crisis, but rather having the opportunity to see the benefit that we are stronger together than we are apart?
Well, I think it takes leadership. You know, everything that we have seen that has progressed our world has come through leadership, and leadership with a critical mass of people. It's not everyone. The movement, contrary to what people saw on August 28th, 1963, was not that many people, 250,000 or more people. The movement was a core group of people who had that intentionality, that commitment, and that practice of nonviolence, who helped to move the needle, and it influenced. So I think it really starts with people who have the courage in the midst of the status quo to stand out in that way and to combine and coordinate efforts, because there's a thing called Kairos moments. That's what you were talking about. So while we are creating the momentum with this collective, what we always fail to realize, as brilliant as we are as humankind, innovative as we are, productive as we are, there is still a God factor in this universe. And he is going to intercept, intervene, and connect to our efforts. And if we just believe that, that's what this whole principle of nonviolence, the sixth principle, is about. The belief that the universe, and those who are more religious, that God is on the side of justice. When you have that belief, you move in sync with that, knowing that your efforts combined with the collective, at some point there will be a connectivity and it will move us into that next stage of true progression.
Yeah, love that, love that. Dr. Bernard?
I'll refer back to our project. It's based upon a particular philosophy. You can Google Innovative Urban Village. Throughout American history, we've responded especially to underserved populations, primarily people of color, by providing housing that actually warehouses one income band. So when you do that, you have at its inception, at the ribbon cutting, the social problems that will develop over time within that scenario. We wanted to change the idea that in underserved communities across the country, the way up is out. We in New York City, because of the high rent costs, we're losing a generation of millennials who have experienced unprecedented education. You're talking about 85 million millennials in this country who have not been able to translate that economically like the baby boomer generation or the following generation after the baby boomer generation, Gen X, I think. So they're moving, they're leaving. So we're losing that intellectual, creative capital that we want to keep there. So we want to change the narrative and say the way up is not out, the way up is to stay. Be a part of the community, but you've got to give them something to stay for. So that's why our mixed income goes from 30% AMI all the way up to 100% AMI. So you could make $100,000 and have an affordable place to live. We also built in 120 units of home ownership. So it creates upward mobility within the community itself. And our philosophy is based on four things. We're talking about environment, an environment that's going to be a quality of life that people love and want to be a part of. And that cuts down on the need for policing because the community polices itself. All of the stakeholders come into play. So you're talking about environment, people, creating an environment where people are in mind and their best needs. Also programming that serves those people. And most importantly for us, sustainability. So we don't build it today and in 10 years it's dilapidated and then we're on the news as, part of the history of this. So we build those things into it. So we have to approach it differently in terms of how we think through these things.
So let me end where I began. Often when I get asked how I got here, I say there are four things: prayer, preparation, performance, and paranoia. And let me end and begin on the first one. I guarantee you there's one place, and maybe only one place, that every person in this audience has attended. And that's church. And why do I say that? Because I think the foundation through the history that has been cited here, the foundation in what you referenced, the foundation on which we all stand, is a faith-based foundation. Faith-based community, faith-based leaders have forged the future for us historically. There remains the opportunity for that leadership. And what you're doing, Dr. Bernard, and the values for which you stand and what you talk about, the necessity to have moral involvement in generative AI, is essential. So look at the baseline from which we can never escape, especially in the beloved community, and ask, is that foundation solid? Do we have the leadership? Is the leadership leading the way it's been anointed to lead? And if the answer to that is yes, then we give unto Caesar what's Caesar's and give unto God what's God's. And we move forward as a beloved community. If the answer to that is no, then you're going to have to answer to your maker at some point in time. The community will not have realized its potential, and our best days will reside in history and not in the future.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Yes. As we wrap up, I'll add this final thought. I believe this is why Bishop Jakes wanted to have this thought-provoking panel. Similarly, we're doing a lot of the same work across the country in building communities through our real estate ventures. I know our real estate team is here as well, through our foundation, and of course through our enterprise, which is a social impact holding company. You all give us hope in what you do. the work that you do, the legacy that you have created. You give us hope. And I believe that hope is the heartbeat of every thriving community. It is the rhythm that keeps us moving forward when the road gets tough. It is the thing that helps us to say to ourselves, hold on, better days are coming. And I strongly and firmly believe that better days are coming. Yes. The theme of this conference was the future. The future is a blank page. Hope gives us the ink to write whatever we want. So I hope and pray from this thought-provoking panel that you take that hope and that courage to build community wherever you are. Can we thank this amazing panel for being with us today? And thank John Hope Bryant.
Everybody, this was brilliant. Reverend Bernard, hold on. Reverend Bernard, I was told by Bishop Jakes that you are a genius. You own New York. And everybody here now sees what he saw in you. Reverend Dr. Bernice A. King, the CEO of the King Center, which she does for free. She gets paid $1 a year for this thankless job. Now everybody else gets to go do something else. You marry somebody, you change your last name, you move to another country, you disappear. You say, what do you mean what I did in the U.S.? I'm in Jamaica. It's a whole other country. I don't know what you're talking about. Anybody else, you can go someplace, disappear. She can't go anyplace. She can't change her last name. She can't do any. She is Bernice. She's the daughter of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. She's worn it with grace and style and dignity. Folks want to criticize her. They want to criticize, I don't like this, I don't like that. Why don't you try being her? Couldn't do it for 20 minutes. She's done it her whole life. And that's a bad system.
Yeah.
A secret weapon on this panel. Whoo! Ray McGuire.
Yes, sir.
That dude's making smart sexy. Let me tell you something. And I know you heard about vice chairman of Citigroup. Ain't no black person vice chairman of Citigroup ever, before or since. Ran for mayor. To me, that was the lowest thing on your credentials, running for mayor. Hold on. CEO, president of Lazard, in Wall Street. What black man you know run a Wall Street firm? But it gets better. The statistic I cite, I've been citing it since 2020. This is what leadership, this is how leadership matters. And by the way, Mr. Phillips, you're like the Tom Cruise of like theology. You're like the black Tom Cruise of like faith-based initiative or something. You're just cool from top to bottom. You did a great job today, Michael Phillips. Ray McGuire, when he was vice chairman of Citigroup, had his team author a report to document the cost of discrimination to the economy. No emotions, no bias. He knew that a social civil rights group couldn't do it. It'd be written off. He was hands off. He had his team do the work. He could do it because he was vice chairman. He directed his team to do it. I want you to search it. From 2000 to 2020, his team documented the cost of discrimination to the U.S. economy of blacks alone from 2000 to 2020 cost the U.S. economy $16 trillion. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
And it's documented further. If you just knock it off, it's just bad for business. Racism is bad for business. You just knock it off. You can hate black people if you like, but even the racists need the black person to succeed because GDP rises. If you just knock it off, the economy gets $1 trillion a year. Everybody paid attention to that. It's irrefutable. It wouldn't have happened if he wasn't vice chairman of Citigroup. Please give these people a round of applause.
Appreciate it.
say it now? You want to do it?
Say it whenever you want. Huh? You're the boss.
Dr. King has an announcement for you.
I thought you were going to make that
No, go ahead.
So Operation Hope and the King Center are partnering together to continue what they started.
Your daddy started.
Well, yeah, we'll say my daddy started, but what they are manifesting today, the work that they're doing, but specifically with the kids' savings accounts. We are partnering with Operation Hope over the next 5 years, leading to the 100th birthday celebration of my father. On the way, my mother's 100th celebration, and we're going to be we're being very ambitious with this. We're going to be going to 100 cities with the kids' savings accounts as a part of the 100th birthday celebration, and you will hear more about it. We hope you will join in with us. There'll be other initiatives that will come on board over the next year as a part of leading up to the 100th celebration of my mom and my father, 2027 for my mom, 2029 for my father. We want to manifest really part of what he was doing when his life was taken from him at an early age, his economic platform. A lot of people don't know that. They talk about daddy in terms of race, but they don't know that he had a very powerful economic platform through SCLC and Operation Breadbasket. So stay tuned. We're excited about it, and we're going to reach over 100,000, probably a million or more kids, and be able to invest in their lives, help to continue to increase their financial preparation so that they can be contributing members to our society. So we're looking forward to it. God bless you.
God bless you. Good job.
Hello, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens here. I am pleased to greet you during the 2024 Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. It is a great honor to serve as the co-chair for this year's 10th anniversary event alongside such influential thought leaders as Ambassador Andrew Young and Operation Hope founder and CEO John Hope Bryant. No city in America is better positioned to represent the future than the thriving, diverse metropolitan area that is modern-day Atlanta. We don't just talk about economic inclusion here. We practice it by driving a thriving, robust economy that engages everyone. We're pleased to build on our partnership with Operation Hope and our shared child savings account program by serving as the first city to join the AI literacy pipeline to prosperity as part of our ongoing commitment to empowering Atlanta's youth. Seeing more Americans become financially literate is something that I and everyone here at Operation Hope are incredibly passionate about. We're working to make Atlanta a city of opportunity for all, where everyone can chase after their dreams. Thank you all for being a part of this worthwhile journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Diversity Officer of Morgan Stanley, Sam Lillane.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone feeling? Day 3. You still excited? On a personal level, I just want to say how meaningful that last panel was for me. I started my career 21 years ago at Citigroup. And like many people starting their careers on Wall Street that look like me, you come in, you start your career, and the first thing you think about is, can I be successful here? And we all know what those measurements are. When you look around, is there anyone that looks like you that has had that success? If you can't see it, you can't be it. And for me, in my beginning of my career, 21 years ago, I saw Ray McGuire. And that was the epitome of what success could look like for a black man on Wall Street. And to see where his career has continued to grow and to expand has just been amazing for me. So I'm just humbled just to be following him on this stage to share some comments with you all today. So, Chief Diversity Officer at Morgan Stanley, I also lead our inclusive finance practice called our Institute for Inclusion, which I'll tell you a little bit about. And on a personal note, I'm a father to 2 young black girls. I'm a husband. I'm a first-generation American, first in my family to go to a 4-year college, first in my family to work in a corporate setting, and maybe that resonates with some of you in the audience. So this work that Operation Hope does is truly meaningful for me, not just in my practice at my job at Morgan Stanley, but me as a human being. And I hope you all can share that sentiment with me. So that's why we are proud at Morgan Stanley to be here today. And this is our inaugural year of sponsorship of the Global Hope Forums, because our mission and our values are aligned with Operation Hope. We have a number of core values at Morgan Stanley. One is committing to diversity inclusion. And by the way, in this environment, the time that we're living in now, it's important to say that that commitment is real and continue to affirm that commitment. That's one of our values. Giving back is another value. And we talked about the beloved community. Doing the right thing, moral and ethical competency. Putting clients first. We're a clients-driven business like many of those that are represented in the audience today. And leading with exceptional ideas. Those are our core values. And you put those all together, and that's exactly the values and the mission that Operation Hope seeks to provide in this community across the United States and globally. So we're thrilled again for that partnership for those very reasons, because there's so much alignment. Now, I could talk to you a little bit about the facts, the data, the transactional elements of what we do at Morgan Stanley from a diversity inclusion perspective. But rather, I'd like to talk about 3 people. When you think about the anti-DEI rhetoric that exists right now in this country, I know we have a global audience as well, and that rhetoric is pervasive, not just the United States, but it's going to other markets and other jurisdictions as well. When you think about that rhetoric, what you watch on the news, what you read in the papers, what you scroll through on your social media, it never goes back to the people that are impacted by the work. So here are 3 examples that I want to share. One, you have your mid-level, mid-career executive, your employee that's midway through their careers and they're maybe at a standstill. Maybe they're thinking about what is next. Can I get to that next level? Can I get promoted? Can I get further advancement? I don't know what to do at this point. Then you have a high school student. You can think about high school students that you know, maybe within your own families. I'm thinking about primarily a high school senior, a young black lady, grew up in northern Florida, had dreams and aspirations of matriculating to college, but there were setbacks. Raised by a single mother and her grandmother, household income of $15,000 a year, and despite those obstacles, still excelling in classroom, still excelling academically, but not just that, not just taking care of her family, but giving back to her community. And the third group, which we've talked about so far in these forums, is our budding entrepreneur. Think of maybe the founder of a tech-enabled startup or a small business owner. What are the impediments to their future success? In all 3 of these examples, it goes back to the theme of why we're here, the future. The work that we do, whether it's inclusive finance or the traditional diversity inclusion efforts or what we're all doing collectively across our different communities, matters. It impacts lives. So to go back to that mid-level executive, that employee, we at Morgan Stanley, we thought we need to tackle this particular issue. The data tells us that we're increasing representation at the entry levels, but it's a pyramid. The further up you go, the further along you go in your career, it narrows out in terms of diversity. And we see that we're still dealing with that gap of diversity at the top of the house. So we redesigned our traditional learning development programs. We created signature development programs such as the Talent Accelerator through the Institute for Inclusion at Morgan Stanley, which seeks to represent and focus on a diverse group of employees that are trying to get to the next level. We identified where are those blockers. And we all know those blockers are, right? It's across industry. It could be your manager. It could be your access to opportunity. It could be your platform. It could be just your skills-based knowledge and development. There's an old adage, what got you here is not what's going to get you there. That's something that I was told earlier in my career. And the sentiment there is all the hard work that you put into interview prep, doing well in classes, resume building, networking, that might get you in the door. But that same technique is not what's going to get you to the next level. So executive coaching, both one-on-one and group coaching, access to your peers that are navigating the same environment, access to senior leaders that can advocate and make connections for you. And importantly, everything you do through the training development program, your manager is doing along with you. Because if your manager can't support you along that journey, you can't get anywhere you need to. So that's an example of that first persona. Let's go back to the young woman, the high school senior. And again, you can think about whatever your high school student in your mind is. The impediments to getting the education of your dreams. You could control things like your academics, but can you control how you're going to pay for school? With a $15,000 household income, paying for school is not possible. But it's not just paying for school. It's actually being able to navigate it, because we all know the experience. Maybe you were able to pay for that first semester, but you're building up anxiety and confusion about how you're going to pay for that next semester, or the one after that, or the one after that, or the one after that. So what we sought to do is focus on a scholarship program that alleviates that burden. We introduced a few years ago the Morgan Stanley Institute for Inclusion HBCU Scholars Program, which to date has provided 60 full academic 4-year scholarships to incoming first-year college students at participating HBCUs, including here locally, Spelman College and Morehouse College. But it's not just writing that check. It's more than that. We know access and opportunity to be able to thrive goes beyond just getting into a school and be able to pay and stay in school for 4 years or whatever it takes to graduate. But it's also having access and opportunity and knowledge base. So we've complemented the scholarship portion with a board of advisors. Each scholar gets 3 board of advisors to their personal board, Morgan Stanley employees, a senior sponsor, a mentor, and someone that walked the halls of their particular college or university. Now I have 3 points of contact. And then much to the theme of what we've been talking about today is understanding the future and the needs that you can build up and train and educate yourself on. We've complemented that with an education curriculum on subjects that we think these scholars need to know as they build out their future. Introduction to career preparedness. Introduction to Gen AI. Introduction to understanding mental well-being, mental health. Something that we historically have not talked about enough in our communities. And we supplement that through this group. And then with our entrepreneurs, we have our Inclusive Ventures Lab and our Small Business Academy, which helps entrepreneurs, founders of tech-enabled startups, small business owners to scale, to get access to thought leadership, access to mentorship, and importantly, access to capital, access to investors, which is all within our network, to be able to get to that next level. So as I close out here, when we talk about the future is important. The future does not just happen for individuals, it happens with a collective group, a collaborative, such as this community, to build out that future potential in all of our people, including the 3 that I just mentioned. So thank you again for having me with you all today. Thrilled to be here representing Morgan Stanley as a sponsor, and we look forward to further engagement. Thank you all.
Please welcome your MC, Emmy Award-winning journalist and host of Lawmakers on GPB, Donna Lowry.
Hello, hello. How many are having a good time and thinking, oh no, it's about to end? Isn't it been wonderful? Hasn't it been wonderful? This morning has been fabulous. Every single day has been great. And so all good things have to come to an end, I guess. But we're going to keep it big all the way till the end. So you can be excited about this. The forums are all about bringing together some of the world's most extraordinary leaders to focus on building an economy that works for everyone, inclusive economics. Next, we have some of the world's greatest economic and financial leaders. Let's give some applause for that ahead of time. Yes, we need them. They're going to discuss the future of finance. First, the CEO of the McCore Capital, Josh Lebel, and then partner, portfolio manager, and co-head of alternative credit in the Ares Credit Group, Joel Holsinger. Returning to the stage, the president of Lazard, Ray McGuire, and the chair of the Milken Institute, Mr. Michael Milken. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Well, good morning, everyone, and we are excited to be with you today.
Oh, here we go.
I was in the back running something, and I just heard Michael Milken. Well, do you know who this is?
You don't have.
He flew all night from Dubai for you and did not send me a bill. Michael Milken is the founder of modern finance. Michael Milken is the guy who financed Reginald Lewis, who is the Martin Luther King of Wall Street. The first black man to do $1 billion deal on Wall Street wouldn't have got the deal done if it wasn't for Michael Milken.
Good to see you, panelists.
And the biggest funder of prostate cancer in the world, which affects black men disproportionately, is Michael Milken. Now, let's try this again. Michael Milken.
Well, good morning again. So we're going to see a short video with Maya Angelou talking to you about what the American dream is. And that American dream is something, the ability to rise up, not on who your parents were, not your religion, not whether you're a man or a woman or where you went to school, but on your own abilities. But our panel is very focused on access to financial capital to allow you to rise up in your lifetime and achieve everything you could achieve. Let's listen to Maya Angelou for a moment.
What is dreamed in America is really no different than what is dreamed in Shanghai. It's the same dream dreamed in Cairo and Johannesburg. Everybody in the world wants a good job. Everybody in the world wants to be loved. Everybody who wants children wants healthy children, wants safe streets. Everybody wants to be able to count on good health care. Every living person. And everybody wants someplace, if he or she is religious, to propitiate God on Saturday or Sunday. And everybody wants a place to party on Saturday night. That is the dream. That is the dream.
Oh, why can't I?
it may be, in fact, utterly impossible to be successful without helping another person to become successful. I don't know, but I don't think one can be liberated without liberating somebody else. I don't think so. My concern is not just about surviving. I will not live at any cost. But my attempt is to do better than just survive, but to thrive. And to thrive with some passion, some compassion, some humor, and some style.
So that was recorded. That was recorded 34 years ago. And when you come to this new Center for Advancing the American Dream in Washington, across from the White House and Treasury, it's part of a 90-minute documentary created. So when you think about finance and capital, we're really talking about what is prosperity for you. And this is a formula I wrote down almost 60 years ago after the Watts riots in Los Angeles on August 11th, 1965. And it was really focused on the world's largest asset, human capital, your potential. That's your HC, social capital. And we needed a multiplier effect on that in order to understand, and that was finance. So we needed all these different forms of finance that could multiply these issues. And social capital is something you live with every day, whether it's the rule of law or property rights or universal education or healthcare, etc. And what people don't realize when we talk about finance is that financial assets, which are around 150 trillion in the United States, are very small compared to the value of social and human capital, which is estimated to be worth between 1,500 and 2,000 trillion. And so it's 10 times as more important, and it's 50 times the size of our economy. And so one of the things we are all focused on in the future of finance is the challenge here that you'll see where the United States has one of the highest average net worths in the world. It has one of the most lower average net worth, and then a large percentage of the population, as you've heard earlier today and during this week, has a net worth under 10,000. So how do we provide access to capital? Now, some of the programs happening today in private equity, which has become a very large part of our economy, approaching almost 20% of the employees, a lot of wages, they pay their employees more. They're launching new programs such as Ownership Works, where every single employee of the company gets ownership. And so we're seeing these opportunities. But as you know, everything is not equal in America. So if you were born in Charlotte, North Carolina, your chance to rise up from the lowest socioeconomic to the highest is substantially less than if you were born in Salt Lake City. And so your zip code should not determine your future. So there's a number of initiatives. One of these initiatives that's coming out is to give $1,000 in a tax-free savings account, no fees, for every child that's born in America, and others can. And we'll see in the next year or two whether this can be adopted. Many employers have offered to support not only the government giving $1,000 for everyone born, but contributing to these funds, so you never have to borrow to go to college in your lifetime. Another one is Invest in America accounts. similar to what's going on with the federal savings program? And can we create these accounts for everyone that doesn't have a 401k or some other? The ability to generate a rate of return on your money over time is exceedingly important here, in the sense that it isn't necessarily where you start. It's the rate of return and being able to compound this money tax-free. So you can see in 40 years, if you wanted to have $1 million, if you can get 12%, which many of the people on the panel sure you will get you today, you only need to put up 10,000. If you're getting 0 and you're not saving money, you'd have to put up 25,000 a year. So these are, and once again, what is the American dream? We need to make sure is available to everyone. It's the dream of this land in which life should be better and richer and fuller for everyone, with opportunity to each according to your ability and achievement, and it involves access to capital. So to begin with, many of the new structures that have been created in these money management accounts have been created so that part of the benefits of these rates of return go directly into areas of health and education. Joel, can you talk us about Pathfinder, where the idea comes from? As I see it, you're going to eventually give away $200 million here to the world in the sense of healthcare and education as a byproduct of the success of these funds that you've created.
Yeah, and so if you look about the way we invest at Ares, we have about $470 billion, and the group I manage is about $45 billion. And I joined 6 years ago, and to speak to a little bit about what's talked to today, it's really been a story of hope, it's been a story of progress, and it's been a story of karma. If you think about it, and you talk about the American dream, Mike, I am the living American dream. You know, I'm a poor, my dad was a Baptist pastor. I grew up in Oregon and Idaho, kind of had to put myself through college, had to pay through that, had to go to a state college to do that, somehow ended up here. Had no business ending up here, if you think about the zip code, as you mentioned, that I was raised in. And, you know, I wanted to come up with a way to give back. I didn't want trust fund kids. I wanted my kids to earn their own way. I wanted to be able to give back to charity, as you have, obviously, across your family foundation. And so when I joined Ares 6 years ago, I had one simple ask. I said, I will run this group on a co-head with alternative credit, but I want to have a charity tie-in to whatever I do next. And I was inspired by a trip I did to India 7 years ago. And when you're in the slums of Dharavi and Mumbai, it inspires you. You get a lot of perspective with regards to what's really important in life. And what we came up with regards to the funds and our flagships is at least 10% of our promote, which is the way we get paid, our carry, our promote, our profits that come off of the fund that we get paid, our portion of it. At least 10% of the profits of that fund, half from Ares, half from our team, goes to health and education charities across Africa, across Asia, across the US, and across Europe. And so that multiplier effect, we now have over $17 billion of funds. So that hope of this future, the progress with regards to what's going on across health and education, and it really does go to health inequity as well as education inequity, it's helping lift. You know, I was in Senegal last week for a board. I was inspired by Path Global Health, which is a board I've sat on for the last 7 years, and they do amazing work across vaccination programs across the entire developing world. And it's this mechanism that we think can do more, because if you look at it, there's always, Wall Street's always been generous. You know, there's always been a generosity of individuals. There's always been generosity with regards to it, but there hasn't been a mechanism. There hasn't been that mechanism to give, that mechanism to kind of drive that. And so the reason I believe in karma is that our progress, we've been the fastest growing group inside of Ares. The growth we've had across our flagship funds has been amazing. I think is really attributed to that dream and that hope with regards to what we've ended up doing. So for me personally, the greatest decision, I always say the second best decision I ever made in my life. The first was, you know, buying a drink for my wife 27 years ago. And we live in Atlanta, so of course she definitely could hear about this. So I look at it as, from that standpoint, the second best decision or idea I ever had was this charitable tie-in, because it drives so much. Everything we're doing, every investment we're making is driving that impact and going that. And the numbers you're quoting, I can't quote because it's projections and SEC, but I will say we're just getting started. There will be more funds, there will be more capital. We're talking to a number of our peers at Blackstone and Apollo and others about doing the same thing, about making a pledge to kind of do that. And I think that those little ideas can turn into much, much bigger impact if you just build that mechanism that kind of drives that.
Thank you, John. I think you're a shining light for much of this. But as we all know today, eventually your bank, your finance is going to be on your phone. And more of the world is digitized from this standpoint. So Josh, what will be the effect of the future of finance with this incoming administration on the future of digital finance?
Sure. Well, thank you, Mike. It's a real honor to be here with all of you. And Joel, I have to just bond with you here for a moment. I'm also I'm a single child of a single father, first to go to college, raised in a small apartment. My dad started his business when he was bankrupt with my first bonus. If we met each other at 10, we'd have no idea where this thing was. I pinch myself every day. So it just underscores how important opportunity is. I think when you think of future finance, I'll limit my comments primarily to kind of consumer finance, Mike. With the incoming administration is committed to deploying and making available recent innovations in financial technology and in transaction and payments mechanisms. And all of these are designed really to lower transaction costs, lower barriers, and ease access. There are risks, but they're intent on doing it. So when we think about the policies that we've heard about with the incoming administration, everyone kind of knows crypto. So they are, and that's the least important of the two, but they are certainly committed to securitizing cryptocurrency assets, making it easier and cheaper and quicker for people to invest in them, store value in them, and sell them if they need to. The far more important innovation that's going to come is the regulations that permit the ability to transact and empower blockchain technology. So right now, 180 million Americans a year use things like Venmo to make peer-to-peer payments. The rest use credit cards or send cash. That number is going to go up dramatically. But in the coming years, you're going to be able to transact on something called the blockchain. So you'll go into a store to buy a pair of pants, say the pants cost $50. You will have put your savings in a particular blockchain. Let's say you would deposit $1,000 there, backed by a U.S. stablecoin with an underlying U.S. Treasury bond. So when you buy those pants for $50, you're really going to be giving the vendor 5% of 1,000 par value of an underlying U.S. Treasury bond. You've got to fractionalize them completely. Well, what does that mean? That means you'll be able to transact instantaneously with close to zero fees, with close to zero fraud. And that should lower transaction expenses for everybody. And it's going to put a lot of pressure on credit card fees and on banking fees, which is good for society. So our large institutions will have to innovate along with everybody else. The last two things I'd say in terms of practical felt impact, the FICO score that we've all encountered throughout our lives, I don't think there's anyone in this room, including those up here, who have at some point in their lives looked at their FICO score and said, what the heck? It wasn't, we had felt misjudged by it. This new form of payment mechanism, the digitization of finance and payments, will enable new forms of credit scoring. So you won't be beholden to one company's view of what your creditworthiness is. And that's good for everybody. And I think, 100%. And I feel the same way, and the same thing will occur in insurance markets as well. So that you'll be insurable, the underwriters will be they'll be more available, they'll be more instantaneous, and they'll have better information. That's where this all goes.
Thanks. And so let's talk about these transaction costs, all these costs that you feel are hidden. So there's tens of billions of dollars that people working here, whether they're from the Philippines, a nurse or something, that they would remit back to their own countries. And many years ago, 10 to 15% was taken out. Today, that's moving towards zero cost to move money. Your new initiatives like Earned In, if you get paid and you're living paycheck to paycheck, but you get paid every 2 weeks, there are these new things being launched with employers, etc., Walmart and many, where you can borrow at a zero interest rate every day you work. So they'll advance your pay like you were being paid every day. No need to go to a pawnbroker, loan shark, or something for money. When I first went to Wall Street, it cost 1% to buy or sell a stock. Today, it's close to zero. If you want a mortgage, what you can get online, etc. And so the goals when I went to Wall Street so many years ago in the late 60s were to create more points of light. You didn't want 10 people to decide who could get money and who couldn't get money, and they didn't want young companies or minorities to have access to capital become competitors. Today, there's tens of thousands. So the suppression of cost and making it easier is what Joel really focused on. Now, Ray, I always used to think when I financed Reg Lewis back there almost 40 years ago that he was the Jackie Robinson of finance. Okay, yes, we committed $1 billion, and yes, you could be an African American in America, and you didn't have to sell, you could buy. But after coming to the conference and our relationship today, I think people in finance, Ray, look at you as the Jackie Robinson of finance. So we know we're going to be moving increasingly digital. We know your banks. There's a lot of benefits of it, Ray. Kenya was one of the first countries in the world to pay people on your phone. The first reaction of the people that got paid is they thought they got a 20% raise. Now, why did they think they got a 20% raise? Because the foreman was taking part of their pay, putting it in his pocket before it went to them. Now it's transparent. There isn't any separation between your pay and what you're supposed to get paid. But there's a lot of issues to be addressed. If I have $250,000 in a bank account, I'm insured by the U.S. government after the Depression and what occurred. What happens to your money if it's sitting online in some account that you have? As finance becomes increasingly digital, Ray, how do you regulate it? Who monitors it? How do we address it? How do we protect it?
So, first of all, Mike, thank you for your generous comments. It cannot be overstated the impact that Mike Milken has had in the world of finance. And I say that not only globally or nationally, but I say that locally, if it can be said locally, in the example of Reginald Lewis, on whose shoulders anybody who's black in the world of finance stand. So let me be bright, clear, and unequivocal. No Mike Milken, no Reg Lewis, no Ray McGuire. And so in a world that is what's been described here in a digital world, which we referenced in the first conversation, is one where access to capital will become much more available. The things which the community has not had access to, like investing in the stock market and being able to do this in a way to create scores, FICO scores, so that you can go from being a renter to a homeowner. Access to opportunity going forward exists today. It's going to exist in a much larger scale going forward. And much of that, which we've talked about here, the transfer of dollars, not only Venmo, Zelle within the U.S., but the ability to do what Western Union used to do, where you had to go to the Western Union shop to make sure that you could make a $20 wire transfer, or go to the loan person in the neighborhood, the payday lenders, in order to get access to dollars. That's going to go away. Access is going to increase. The question then becomes, today your dollars in a financial institution are guaranteed up to $250,000. So something happened in a financial transaction, at least you have a place to where you can appeal. The question that we'll have to address, for which today we're working on an answer, but we don't have an answer, is what happens if you're on your phone and you are in Bitcoin or blockchain technology and your phone gets compromised? What happens if you're an older citizen and you are on your phone and you try to transact and your phone gets compromised? Your dollars get wiped out. To whom do you appeal? And so as we go through, on the one hand, there's tremendous benefit. On the other hand, there's tremendous risk. And so the appeal that we have to make is to the public officials, who are the ones who are in many ways the arbiter to our daily lives, those leading government officials whom we put in office, to make certain that as this technology advances, that they have us at the center of how they're thinking about how it gets regulated, how we get protected, especially how this community gets protected. Because as we know, they got a whole bunch of hustlers out there. And the hustlers know exactly how to take advantage. And moving forward, we got to be mindful of the hustlers as well as mindful of the opportunity. The payday lenders will go by the wayside, but there's going to be others who are digitally savvy who can take advantage. And so while there are going to be advances, which are material, which are significant going forward, we also need to be mindful of the risk, Mike.
Thank you, Ray. So important. So one of the things that's occurred and we fought for over the last 55 years has been this concept of securitization. And why is securitization so important? One, it spreads risk. So I'm not making just your mortgage loan. I'm buying a package of 1,000 or 10,000 mortgage loans. And the other thing securitization brings is you can't discriminate if you don't know whose loan you own. And so once they're pooled and put in a group, whether it's your auto loan, whether it's your mortgage loan, whether it's your car loan, that loan, the people that buy those loans doesn't necessarily know your name or the person they lent money to. They're looking at it as a package of loans in an area. Now, the increase, and probably the fastest growing part of Ares, has been in the asset-based lending. Joel, let's talk a little bit about how diverse this is as we find out different financial structures to meet the needs of society, building, etc. Talk about that growth.
Yeah, I mean, what you've seen is that everything we do in alternative credit or asset-based credit is a portfolio, and it's a portfolio of loans, leases, and receivables. And all of those have contractual cash flows. So everybody in this room here today touches what we do every day. It's estimated, as large as the direct lending market is, about $4 trillion. The asset-based finance world is over $30 trillion. So about the size of the U.S. economy across that, and that's just U.S. and Europe. And the reason it's so big is every time you stream something on Netflix, it creates a contractual cash flow. Every time you're doing something on Spotify, every time you leave, if you own a house, your car, all of those things are creating these loans, leases, and receivables and these contractual cash flows.
Let me just ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
For those of us who are less familiar, what is asset-based financing?
So asset-based it's the underlying loans, leases, and receivables. So every time those assets are created that Mike's talking about, whether in the securitization market or outside of the securitization market, when you're taking that loan, that is getting bundled into a larger portfolio, whether it's on a house, whether it's on an equipment lease for a corporate, whether it's on a consumer loan, as you were talking about on some of the buy here, pay and others. And if you look at that market is huge. If you think about what's the multiplier effect, the multiplier effect is simple. Money makes the world go round. Credit makes money go round.
Okay, Joel, let's repeat that because it's extremely important that we discuss, why does credit make the world go round?
Every asset in the world is valued by credit. If you think of private equity, it's driven by credit. If you think of your house and the ability with regards to your home price, it's availability of credit. If you think of the price of your car and the value of that car, it's available by credit. Even sovereign and countries are driven by credit and their ability to get access to credit. And it's interesting, I'm a history buff a lot like Mike, not to the same degree. But if you go back in 10,000 years of written history, really the last few years, Medici and others created what you guys both started at in the bank and I started at Citibank, which is banks. And the money multiplier that always drove credit was banks. And that really changed, as Mike mentioned, in the 70s with securitization and really didn't get going until Mike and others of the foundations in the 80s. And the reason it's important is if you look at the market today, there's not a pillar. It's not just banks. If you look at the market today, there's 5 pillars. You've got banks, you've got securitization market, you've got insurance, you've got private credit, and then I throw pensions and sovereign wealth into their own category because it's different pools. And all of those 5 pillars, if you think about systematic risk and other things, 4 of them are matching to their underlying liabilities. They're structured in a form that works and continues to grow and can continue to expand and continue to grow the valuations. One doesn't. It's banks. Because you're borrowing short term and you're lending out long term. And so when you think of the future of finance, you think of that ability to rise up, you think of that ability to lift, it all starts with credit. Because that availability to credit, that ability to lift that, and you see nothing more than an asset base. The reason it's the fastest growing is it's the biggest market. And this market is no longer dominated by just 1 or 2 pillars. It's now touching every one of those pillars. As you see the growth on insurance with regards to annuity markets, as you see the growth across private credit on some of the illiquid side, as you see the growth across the sovereign wealth and pension funds. And we both compete and we partner with each other. So when you think of the 3 things that really drive prosperity, in my mind, it's simple. You have to have your health, you have to have an education, and you have to have an opportunity. And the opportunity really only comes from capitalism and the ability to lift up. And if you think of the core of what capitalism is, it's credit. It's the thing that drives everything that drives this market. It's something you figured out, obviously, 50 plus years ago. But it's misunderstood. And when you talk about things like credit, it's why financial literacy is so important. It's because if you don't understand credit, you have no shot to succeed in this world. Your ability to look at a P&L, your ability to look at budgets, your ability to take a home loan, your ability to grow your business are all dependent on that function. So the democratization of credit has already started to occur because it's no longer held in some building in the middle of nowhere with, in New York with regards to just banks, where we all started our careers. It has now been democratized across those 5 pillars and continues to grow and continues to increase the access.
So it was almost 60 years ago at the Watts riots that I met this young African-American man as we watched the building burn down that he worked in. And when he woke up in the morning, he had a family, he had no savings, and he had no job. Now, he did not participate, but he did not stop it. And he told me that next day that his parents, his father particularly, could never own a business because of the color of his skin. And his conclusion in the early 30s is that he would never be able to borrow to start a business. Now, this was a ridiculous result of not understanding value and the potential of people. And it caused me to change my major and go back and study, as Joel said, credit in 69. In 65, I began, and in 69, we completed the initiation. But this democratization of capital takes many forms. And as Joel said, it took securitization. So you have an idea of creating a little store, whatever it might be, a fast food restaurant, but you don't have that much capital, so you're going to start franchising your idea once it works. You now can sell your franchise fees to Joel and others who will securitize that. So it eliminates and provides access with the democratization of capital. As Joel said, there are tens of thousands of people you don't know who could decide they're willing to give you capital to fulfill your objectives. whatever they might be. And so, Josh, you've talked about the reduction of transaction cost, the interest rates coming down because of competition, not having to pay fees. But are there risks? We understand the benefits, and Ray's raised some of them, but what are the risks you see to consumers by this digitization of finance?
Well, I think Ray's comments really started to nail it when you talked about the hustle, right? There's always a hustle. Right now, for years it was payday lenders in neighborhoods. There's always a hustle. So there's a hustle here too that we have to watch out for. So we talked about maybe using a U.S. stable coin to go in and buy a pair of pants, right? But let's say you're a 20-year-old or a 25-year-old and you're at a restaurant. You bought your meal for $20. You go up to the bar and you're getting a beer. Maybe it's your second one. And since we're in Atlanta, I'll say you look up and you see the Falcons on TV.
Rise up.
Right. And just as you're making your payment with your payment app, right, which you're now going to be using, an ad pops up and says, do you like your Falcons? Are you loyal to them? Rise up. You click yes. And the next one says, well, are you man enough to lay a wager on it, at these odds, for the rest of the game? And I assure you that the odds of whoever's doing that, the odds they're giving you are not going to be the odds that you would get in a more formalized, regulated gambling environment. So last I checked, it's illegal for a bookie to walk into a bank and take bets when people cash their paychecks. So we need to make sure that the equivalent of that doesn't happen. We evolved to make these decisions slowly. If a tiger's chasing you, you can make a decision fast. But things like financial risk and what to buy, we didn't evolve to make those decisions in 30 seconds. And we've seen the same thing in social media, right? People get pleasure from making decisions fast and looking for affirmation. We need to make sure that that whole dopamine brain cycle doesn't get implemented in our new, vast, and probably for a while relatively unregulated payment system, so that people can be separated from their money quickly. So I agree 100% with Ray's concerns, and that's just one small example of how that sort of thing can happen.
Ray, today you sit at Lazard. We'd have been a lot better off had you sat in the mayor's office in New York City. What is it like with the level of people? We've been very focused at the Milken Institute and programs and internships for students that are going to historically black colleges. When I went to business school, maybe 5% of the class at most was women. Today, more than 50% of leading business school, law schools are women. What does the class look like at Lazard? How well are they prepared and educated today when you bring the young people in? And how diverse are they?
As we think about our world, there are three pillars, to adopt your analogy here, on which our firm, and any one of these firms, exists. That is strategy, clients, and talent. We've outlined a strategy. Peter Orzag, our CEO, has outlined a vision for 2030. And we are focused on, we know the clients are, we need to make sure that we got the best and brightest talent. Human capital, which you identified in one of your earlier, if not the earliest slide, is the most important component of that. And notwithstanding all the advances that we make in technology, it will never, ever displace experience and judgment. Experience and judgment, especially the judgment part of this, is that factor which distinguishes our firm from every other firm. In addition to the ability to develop relationships that are trusted relationships, which you can't breach, goes back to what Dr. King was saying, the human moral compass that we all need to apply. And as we apply that in the world of business, make certain that the talent that we onboard and the talent that we train has a North Star, because any breach of that has an impact on the brand. And so we are focused on identifying and training and recruiting the best talent and making certain that talent engages in the firm and pushes the firm to realize the values for which they were attracted to the firm from the outset. What's important in any of these institutions but most important is that leadership. Different than management, it's leadership. And as if each of us thinks about the experiences that we had on any team on which we have been involved, it is the leadership. It is the coach, whether or not the coach has got a vision of how we go about and compete within the realms of the rules of engagement, but make certain that we bring our A game to every match. Win or lose, but bring the A game to every match. And as we identify the talent, we're looking for the people who are best and the brightest. And we cannot in any way retreat from that standard. And each of us, as we've talked about our modest beginnings, has had to be able to go and compete and become amongst the best and the brightest in order for us to sit on this stage with you, Mike.
One thing to add to that is it can't end with opportunity. And I think all three of us has been involved in this from the standpoint. We funded a program at Aries called Alt Finance, which gave $30 million across to HBCUs. And you need capital, you need opportunity, but you need mentoring. Because you need that mentoring to be able to do, and you guys have hired people out of Alt Finance and the Lazard, we've hired them into Aries, Milken Institute has hired them also. And I look at it as from the standpoint of there is a socioeconomic piece of this you can't ignore. I kind of came basically out of trailer trash, for lack of a better word. And if you think about that from the socioeconomic standpoint, I still remember when I got started at Citi and I got the opportunity, but I had an amazing mentor. And that mentor allowed me to say, hey, go out in, on your forks and knives and, how to act right in the right situations, because I had no clue. We didn't eat out. We didn't do any of that stuff growing up. And so you can have that opportunity. The thing I love about Alt Finance, and I think it needs to be weaved into all these programs, is the mentorship. Because that giving back, that mentorship, that allowing people to have that opportunity to learn from what you've learned across that to me is just as important as the capital and the opportunity.
So let me amplify this point and just go with the foundation of mentorship. Let me go one step further. It's sponsorship.
Yeah.
There are programs that aspire to mentorship where the difference is really made is somebody who sponsors you, somebody who's prepared to commit their currency, whether or not it is some kind of social capital or economic capital. That currency gets committed. That's sponsorship. What Mike Milken did for Reg Lewis is sponsorship. What you're trying to accomplish here with Alt Finance, mentorship and sponsorship. The way that people advance is in the room where it happens. In the room where it happens. Do you ask the question? Do you ask the question? How's Pookie? How's Ray Ray? How's Shaniqua? How are they doing? I am told that they are best in class. We have a promotion coming up, and are they being considered in the promotion? And if not, tell me why. I'm looking at your compensation table, and you're telling me that they have outperformed. How are they being compensated relative to their peer group? Now, that's sponsorship and the ability to call across the industry to ask the question. If you're in the room, you can decide not to take on the opportunity, the responsibility to ask the question. But when you're in the room and you do take that on, then you get the humility of what that young man said when he was 21 years ago in this career. It ain't about me. It's about we and how we advance. And when we're in that room, do you ask the question? And that's sponsorship.
So we've looked at the future in many ways. And it's so interesting because we're here at a conference that uses the word hope. And for so many, hope is opportunity, mentorship, sponsorship. And if you saw Hamilton, he wanted to be in the room where it happened. And so we are in the room today where it's happening with a mission of financial literacy for all. So thank you for joining us today, panelists.
Thank you.
This is Governor Brian Kemp. On behalf of the state of Georgia, I want to welcome you to Atlanta for your 10th annual meeting. As the #1 state for business, we have prioritized creating jobs and opportunity for all Georgians. Whether that meant cutting red tape to ease the burden on entrepreneurs and small business owners, or returning billions in tax dollars to the hardworking people of our state. We have taken action to support Georgians. I know you share that commitment to opening doors for all, a commitment that will help inspire future generations and connect our people with pathways to success. I hope you leave here with a renewed dedication to promoting growth and opportunity for all. Enjoy the meeting, and God bless.
Everyone who's been out here so far, are you having a good time? Learning a lot? It's almost like, who wants it to end? We don't want it to end. Well, the good thing is there's so much more great stuff coming up. I hope that all of the incredible guests are getting to you the way they are to me. They're changing lives. Operation Hope is changing lives for thousands of people each year. And next, we are honored to have the former U.S. Congressman, the former Director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and former White House Chief of Staff, the current co-chair of ACTM, the Honorable Mick Mullaney. Yes, he is joined by Marian Phillips of the U.S. News and World Report and the co-chair of the Hope Global Forums. Please give it up for the legendary Ambassador Andrew Young.
Where's Andrew? Here he comes. Are you by there? Yep. Very good. Good to see you. Thanks for doing this.
You got it?
Okay.
Come on, young man.
Hello. Very good. It's good to see you again.
What is this, afternoon? No, it's good morning. We're glad to be here
Still
with
morning?
Mick. Yeah, it's still morning. I had to check too.
Okay.
We're glad to be here with Ambassador Young and Mick. And let's just talk a little bit about the future of economics and the economy regarding or related to growth. Both of you served in Congress. Both of you have had high-level administrative and executive roles. And so the first question for both of you is very simple. What's going on and what's the state of the economy?
The economy is at risk. It's doing well. I think it's doing better than I think a lot of us expected. Inflation is coming down. I think it's going well. The risk, however, is the debt. There's no question about it. If I could wave a magic wand and do one thing here today, though, it would be I'm really excited about what the president's doing with Elon Musk. I know it sounds crazy. The young people I talk to, the entrepreneurs, the regulatory environment in this country right now is holding them back. Young people have a desire to create, a desire to grow, or a desire to be adventuresome. And I can't tell you the number of them have come to me and say, look, it's just too hard to start a small business. I'm not talking about big tech firms. I'm talking about folks with billions of dollars. I'm talking about folks that want to open a restaurant or start a small business. And if we can fix the regulatory environment, I think that's one of the best things we would be able to do. We can talk about the $36 trillion of debt another time because it's just too depressing this close to Christmas, and focus on things we can actually do between now and, say, the next couple of years.
Yeah, I think you're right when you consider that 90% of our businesses are small businesses. Ambassador Young, what's the state of the economy?
Well, I think it's very, very good. Yeah. And but I'm looking from Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And one thing about Atlanta, but it's probably true of a lot of cities, that we go back to Maynard Jackson and the airport. Mm-hmm. And that airport now is the busiest in the world. We didn't use any government money in it. We went to Wall Street and bought tax-exempt municipal bonds. I think it's about $17 billion that we've put into it.
but no city money, no state money, no federal money. It's all operated on Wall Street and the city in cooperation with whatever airlines happen to be growing. It's mostly Delta now because Delta was around when Eastern went under, and they bought up all the gates that Eastern had. And so we have, if Georgia Tech is one offset point behind Georgia, that might mean we have the two best football teams in the country at the collegiate level. I'm saying that I look at things from here because this is where we have the controls. And the federal environment is necessarily good, and if we can slow down or stop some of these wars and put money into development rather than into destruction. And I think that that's liable to happen. I always, let me be honest, and I have been around here.
Were you lying to us just now, or?
Oh, I might have been. And I might have been because I tell you what my hopes and dreams are. And they're always for the best. But having been a mayor and a congressman, I know, what is it, snafu? Remember that term?
I know what it means, yes. We can't say it on stage, but yes.
But everybody, ask your neighbor what snafu stands for.
Just don't say it out loud.
But that's always with us. We are human beings. And the news media makes us good today and bad tomorrow. But it depends on what they feel somebody's mood is. The truth of it is, I'm 92 and a half years old. And I was born poor and didn't know I was poor. And it didn't ever bother me that I was poor because everybody around me was poor. And it wasn't just black people poor. I was Irish on one corner. The Nazi party was on the second corner, the Italian bar on the third corner, and a Chevrolet dealership around the fourth corner. In New Orleans, Louisiana, in 1932, when Franklin Roosevelt became president. And one of the first things I remember is him saying, when the war broke out with Japan after Pearl Harbor, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And that's a kind of American, it's not optimism, it's faith. And it was so segregated, I couldn't go to a movie without climbing up in a balcony, but I never felt that was, I never worried about it. If I wanted to see the movie, I climbed up to see it. If I didn't want to see it, I didn't bother. And it's, you change what you can change, and you live with what you can't change, and God helps you to know the difference. There are lots of things that we have changed in my lifetime that I never thought we could have changed.
I call that generational opportunity, where we went from climbing up into the balcony to see the movie to the ability to be in front and behind the camera. But Mick, you talked about small businesses. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
How do we, when we create a small business, we're giving generational opportunity as well as generational wealth, which creates stronger communities when you look at the social determinants of health. You've got to look at the community from an economic perspective. So from that mindset, let's not discuss the debt because we will be here a while.
Yeah.
But when we start looking at the debt, when we start looking at low birth rate, when we start looking at fewer students going to college.
The challenges you face?
There we go.
No.
How do we manage that?
But where are you? There are more kids going to college in Georgia than ever before. 60% of Atlanta's population has been to college. That is phenomenal. And that came out of the Hope Scholarship. And the Hope Scholarship came from a bunch of brothers on the street running numbers. And I voted for the Hope Scholarship in the lottery because my grandmama liked to play the numbers. And I didn't play the numbers, but my grandmama looked for the numbers, man, every day. And so if my grandmama did it, must be all right. And sure enough, Granny was right. We got 60% of our population with college education. And no other city in the world can probably say that.
And that helps.
And that's, you all talked to the public school people just a little while ago. They're the ones that are responsible for it. It's not the universities. They're reaping the benefit now. But it was the kindergarten teachers and the first grade teachers. My wife is now at the funeral of a young man that she taught when he was in 4th grade. That's a healthcare problem, though. That's not a school problem.
Right.
And so it's probably, I don't know that there's a better place. And I think I've been to about 152 countries with chasing the Olympics and chasing after every place Carter sent me. And there isn't any place I'd want to go or be a part of but the United States of America.
Oh, that is
He's absolutely right.
Go ahead.
He's absolutely right. There's no question about it. But there is a challenge out there that I don't think we recognize. And it's the reason I come to this every single year, and I appreciate John inviting me to come here so I can say this one thing, which is that the younger people are struggling to do this. The younger people are struggling to talk to people that they don't agree with, that they are not aligned with politically. The two most depressing things I've seen, Frank Luntz was here the other night, and Frank gave a speech. I teach classes with Frank. I talked to a young woman after class one day. She said she would never be friends with somebody she didn't agree with politically. I was in a presentation the next night where someone said they thought that this particular group in Los Angeles, the police department, was racist. And that chief of police, an African American, was there and laid out all of the case for why what the kid thought was right was wrong. The facts were wrong. And the kid said, I don't care about the facts. I know they're racist.
So
if people cannot talk to folks they disagree with.
No, but who is not racist?
The point.
Race, I'm including me and you. That another way of looking at racism is ethnocentrism. That you're ethnically biased toward people that look like you.
True, but you have to be able to talk to those folks. You and I have had a nice chat.
But I grew up talking to everybody.
Yes.
And you especially want to seek out people that you disagree with because you might learn something.
And the younger people today don't see that.
And they don't see that, and I want to throw it back at my industry. Because in the media, many people go to the media that they confirm their beliefs.
Yes.
Not to inform their beliefs.
Right.
Which hinders the ability to have the conversation, a civil conversation.
And the ability to get facts that allow you to change your mind and change your opinion.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that bothered me the last year, maybe more than anything else, is I think one of the best things that ever happened to this city was the Olympic Games.
Okay.
And I realized the closer we got to the election, that most of the people who were on the Atlanta Olympic Committee with me were not going to vote the same way I would vote.
Yeah.
And that was a real struggle for me. Because these are people that, the people who put together the airport.
Right.
We didn't agree.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, one of the first conversations I had with the guy who was then the head of Delta was, I said, Atlanta's going to have an international airport. And he said, not in my term. He said, we are a regional airline with a few national routes. we will probably never go international as long as I'm around. And I said to myself, you ain't gonna be around long. but putting it closer to home, I got the same message from a wonderful guy who got Georgia State started. But Georgia State was a 400-person business school, and I talked to him about dormitories so that we could expand. He said, as long as I'm here, Georgia State will be a night school for people who work in Atlanta to get graduate degrees, and we will never have any dormitories. We now have 52,000 citizens in dormitories.
Wow.
You know, and I thought that, well, you know, Georgia Tech is the conservative school in town in many ways. And Georgia Tech now has 53,000 students.
Wow.
And they have more women engineers than any school in the country, more Hispanic engineers, and more black engineers are produced at Georgia Tech. And it's not what we're used to.
Are they teaching people to talk to each other? That's what worries me.
Probably not yet.
Yeah.
But they get drunk together.
They get drunk together, okay.
They cheer together at the football game.
They do, but they don't get drunk together, and that's my concern. People are self-selecting for people that agree with them all of the time.
Yeah.
And how are you going to solve the challenges that we don't get a chance to talk about today? How do you solve Social Security, the debt, to stop the wars, if you can't even sit down across the table from somebody and even talk to somebody that doesn't vote like you? That's what worries me.
Well, I was in the generation before the movement. And I was probably, I mean, I didn't even carry an NAACP card in 1947 at Howard University. And I mean, I was just trying to get my degree and get out of there, you know. But then once I get out, I come here, and they put me in a voter registration drive. And from then on, I was led, but I was a Republican then too. No, and because all of the judges that made the decisions that were supporting us in the civil rights movement were appointed by President Eisenhower. And the Democratic Party was prohibited blacks to be members till 1949. And I'm saying that I go into all of this bad history because we are young enough and yet old enough to realize that all of that is now behind us, and we're looking at a new world, and we're anxious about it.
So I appreciate that comment, and I think you're speaking to the fact, both of you are speaking to the fact of that we need to understand our past and how we did work together and how we can work together in the future. Mick, if you would close us out on what you think. I think the ambassador gave us a great understanding of working, what it took to get to this far. The colleges, the airport, vision. Close us out on what do you think it will take?
I want to have the last word, though.
No, he's going to get the last word. Everybody knows you're getting the last. So, I'm going to give a short answer.
But see, we already knew that. That's why we're closing 10 minutes early.
People ask me, why do you go down to John O'Brien's thing? I said, mostly so I could just sit and chat with Ambassador Young. We've talked about this backstage. Look, we have to figure out a way. You accomplished so much because you were able to put your differences aside. If you and I disagreed 90% of the time, you are the kind of person that would focus on the 10% of the stuff that we can work together on.
And that's what life is.
It is, and I'm just hopeful. I'm seeing, partly because of the media, partly because many of us, including myself, are probably not the best parents we could probably be. We are not encouraging the next generation to do that. And people say, what do you worry about? The reason I worry about that is because we are not going to solve all of our problems before he dies, before I die, before you die. That we are going to leave problems to the next generation. There's no question about it. But are we leaving them the ability to resolve and solve those problems? That's the biggest challenge I think we face. And now we'll take the next 15 minutes listening to the ambassador close.
You and I got a flight, so he has 7 minutes.
Well, you know, I ended up getting hooked up with Martin Luther King. And I was at a voter registration workshop when John Kennedy was killed. And I thought it was the end of the world. And it was a bunch of folk from South Carolina and Georgia, and mostly older black people, who everybody just instinctively fell down on their knees and started praying. And it was one of them old-fashioned moaning and groaning prayers. And I thought that this was the end of the world. But 2 years later, almost everything we were planning for, Lyndon Johnson was working on. And I thought after we were working on South Africa, and when Ronald Reagan was elected, it put President Carter out. But before he left, Ronald Reagan signed the legislation that started the boycott that helped to get Nelson Mandela out of jail. And that's why I put my faith in democracy. And it's a biblical concept of democracy. Dr. King used to say over and over again, truth crushed to earth will rise again. Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future, and behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. And Ralph Abernathy used to say all the time, I don't know what the future may hold, but I don't care, because I know who holds the future. It's been in every part. Ray Charles, blind man, but he picked the third verse out of America the Beautiful. Oh, beautiful, for heroes have already proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. That's a country, that's a historic vision that we can all live with.
Yeah.
Because I don't care what we think is going to happen, I can guarantee you're wrong. Everybody from me and you to Elon Musk is playing God cheap. They don't know. And but we will know, and we will hopefully find out together and celebrate it peacefully, not only within these United States, but we'll find a way to include some kind of way of living with China and some kind of way of living with Russia. We took 3,000 people from Atlanta to Soviet Georgia because Russia had 16 votes on the Olympic Committee and Africa had 19. So we figured if we could get Africa and Russia together. But see, Ted Turner had taken the Goodwill Games to Russia from CNN. And so they welcomed us. And we got all of the votes from Russia. We got all the votes from Africa. And we picked up votes from just about everywhere else in the world because we brought people here and we let them see how it is that we live together, as different as we are, as crazy as we are, as ignorant as we can be, and as prejudiced as we are. But somehow, we've made it work. And the other thing I want us to remember that when President Obama sang, what is it?
Amazing Grace.
Amazing Grace. They said on the television, this was the old Negro spiritual. Bullshit. Amazing Grace was written by a slave trader, a white slave trader who was selling black folk on a ship named the Good Ship Jesus. And when he got converted, he wrote Amazing Grace. And all of us sing Amazing Grace, hoping we're going to get into heaven too. And it's by the grace of God and the mercy of God that this country achieves and arrives at its greatness, at its vision. And it comes from people like us who...
That's a wonderful Christmas message. Thank you for that.
Dr. King used to say,
Ambassador, thank you.
We ain't what we ought to be. We ain't what we're going to be.
So
but thank God we ain't what we was.
So true. And on that note, thank you for listening to us, and we hope that you heard something that will encourage you and to move this country forward. Our leader.
Look at this.
Hey, everybody, you enjoying this? We're bringing this home. Michael Milken is his plane delayed because he wants to make sure he's doing one more session. He's got to leave. Mick's got to leave. Mick doesn't have a plane, but he's got to leave. But hold on. By the way, there are some politicians, as patient as I am, as open-minded as I am, there are some people that drive me out of my mind, frustrate me to no bejeebers. Mick Mulvaney's not one of them. Mick is a good man. If I have somebody on this stage, it's not by accident. It's intentional. When was the last time since the presidential election that you saw a prominent Republican and a prominent Democrat on stage together? My guess is never. This was intentional, and wasn't this beautiful?
Thank you. Merry Christmas. It's good to see you. It's a real treat. It's a real treat.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Privilege to be here.
Okay.
I'm going to run to the airport.
All right.
We'll see you.
Please.
Delta will get you on time.
He's just a treasure. He's fantastic. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's do it. Thanks, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Good. Thanks.
Financial well-being of the city of Birmingham, financial well-being of our citizens, and even personally, the financial well-being for me as a husband and a father. Now, let's talk about what this financial literacy means. It means the ability to understand finances, but what it really means is for you to be aware. I think awareness is extremely important. Understanding what financial literacy means makes your life better. On a personal note, growing up in a city like Birmingham and growing up in the neighborhoods I lived in my own family personal experience, no one taught me financial literacy. I wonder if what I know now as an adult, if I knew then as a child, would my finances be better? The answer is yes. But in addition to that, even as an adult, you can't blame what you didn't know as a child for decisions you make now. So putting in the work to become financial literate has to be an intentional thing. Being an employee with 3,000 plus employees, look, it does not matter the department our employees in. They all have their own lives outside of their job. And what I know is that what matters and happens at home affects what happens at work. So it's important that the city of Birmingham be in a position to empower our employees to become financial literate. And then I would say overall, as mayor serving this city with 200,000 residents, one of the blackest cities in America, with the unfortunate extreme form of concentrated poverty, we have to be so intentional in municipal government about creating a platform, advertising, communicating, and letting our residents know there are so many opportunities for them to become financial literate. What drew me to Operation Hope is very simple. Operation Hope for the last 32 years is one of the few organizations that is intentional about offering financial counseling, financial advisement to everyday Americans. A city like Birmingham has to partner with an organization like Operation Hope, because Operation Hope is intentional about its partnerships of leveling the playing field and being in a position to offer resources to not only municipalities, but the communities as well as the employees that administration and that employer, municipal government, serves. In our case, our relationship with Operation Hope has been one that has changed lives for our employees, which therefore changed the community, because these same employees, our employees, live in community. And if they can make their home better, trust me, it makes their community better. So I'm grateful to Operation Hope. I'm grateful to the team. I'm grateful for the partnership relationship, as well as the intentional thought process behind partnering with the city of Birmingham.
All right. So I know you're having a good time, and the hits just keep coming, because we are very excited to bring you the next conversation with some of the world's leading experts. Our next guests are going to have a conversation on something that impacts us each and every day. So please help me welcome to the stage the chief medical correspondent for CNN, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, the president and CEO of Morehouse School of Medicine, Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice, Chief Science Officer and Medical Director at the Marcus Foundation, Dr. Jonathan Simmons, and returning to the stage, Mr. Michael Milken.
So for the last 3 days, you've been warming up for this panel. So we all think of our health and quality of life, length of life, in so many ways. And when we talk about the most important asset, and that is the potential of people, there's two ways to increase your human capital. One is education, and the second is your health, longer, healthier lives. And what people do not realize is the importance of what has gone on. And so why every life is precious. When you make an argument, and 25, 35 years ago, we tried to convince the U.S. government to double the National Institutes of Health budget. We brought an economic argument to them. The elimination of cancer as a cause of death, 1 in 2 men get cancer, 1 in 3 women, was worth $50 trillion to the U.S. economy when the entire economy was $17 trillion. And so in economic terms, when you look at it, over the last 2 centuries, more than 50% of all economic growth can be traced to advances in public health and medical research. 4 million years of evolution, we increased average lifespan by 11 years. In the last 120 years, we've increased it by 41 years. And there are countries in Africa, in 1 generation, you're going to double life expectancy. So there is no correlation between income and cost and outcome. This is a chart that shows you life expectancy. And I know when I was diagnosed with cancer 30 some odd years ago, I wanted to figure out maybe I should move to the places you live the longest. But you can see here, Costa Rica in this hemisphere, if you're a man, you have the longest life expectancy if you're living in Costa Rica. And you could see down at the end what U.S. life expectancy is and the GDP. So wealth is not correlated here with life expectancy. And let's look at medical, how much we spent per person on medical. You can see once again how the U.S. is spending dramatically more on medical. The next big challenge we have is, should your zip code determine your life expectancy? So here's 3 data points for you. As you travel from Manhattan and Midtown to the South Bronx, this trip, reduces life expectancy by 10 years, 6 months for every minute on the train. If you're in Baltimore in the inner city, a man's life expectancy is 63. In the suburbs, it's 83, 20 years of difference. And in Chicago, if you're on the west side, between the Loop and Michigan Avenue, it's 16 years. So unfortunately, today, life expectancy has a lot, but there's something changing. And what's dramatically changing here is the cost of data analysis and sequencing of the human genome. So the first sequencing of the human genome took 10 years, $3 billion. Today, measured in hours and a few $100s due to the drop. So we can sequence who you are, we can sequence your microbiome, how your genes are expressed, and we can sequence your activities in terms of what has caused your disease or your mutations. It is projected today that AI market in healthcare is going to grow dramatically, 33% a year in the future. And we cannot forget the important role vaccines have played in the extension of our life today. And lastly, with the sequencing of the human genome now, we now fully understand what happens when you eat different foods. And I have subjected Jonathan to this for a long time, but basically that the pharmacy of the future is going to look like this. Now, where does breakthroughs come from? Many of them come from philanthropies. It's a very small percent, but this is your venture capital. 5 of the 10 largest foundations in the world are now medical philanthropies. The largest foundation in the world is Novo Nordisk. And yes, we've documented all this for you in a book, which we have, if you're interested, called Faster Cures. But let's start with, just because we know something in science, how does it get to your clinician? How does it get to your doctor? And under Jonathan's leadership at the Prostate Cancer Foundation at the time, we eventually acquired a company called Euro Today, which was the leading source of knowledge for people in the field of urology if you're a doctor or a patient. But the ultimate leading source of knowledge is a person that brings it to you on a company I was honored to finance many years ago called CNN. And so your insight to the world and who is educating the world and where we're going in science and where we're going in AI and how it's going to change, which plays an enormous important role. Sanjay, how do you educate the world when science is moving so fast and the use of AI, not to be scared of new technologies, willing to accept new technologies? What do you think about as you're about to go on that show? And what do you think they're thinking about when you're speaking?
Thank you for that question. And thank you for this panel. That's fantastic. I always learn so much from you, Mike, so thank you. And just honored to share this stage with Dr. Rice and Dr. Simmons as well, so thank you. Humility, I think, is one of the things that I'm thinking about primarily when I'm about to go on television and talk about a topic. I think one thing that people sometimes forget is that medicine and public health, we live in a probabilistic world. Medicine and public health isn't a hard science in the way that 2 + 2 = 4, and I can tell you that with absolute confidence. We live in a probabilistic world, so people want to see black and white where they should rightly see gray. And I think I lean into that. Uncertainty, I think, is uncomfortable for people sometimes, but making sure that I understand something well enough to explain it. A lot of times I practice with my teenage girls ahead of time to make sure if they get it, then I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job. But I'll tell you one thing, there's a difference between, I think, information, which is plentiful, knowledge, I would put as sort of the second pillar, like actually contextualizing that information. And the third thing is wisdom. What do you do with all that? And I know you guys probably get some version of the same question whenever you see a patient, which is, okay, you've told me all the information. I'm more knowledgeable now, but what would you do if this were your mother or if this were your daughter or whoever? And I think it's a really fair question. So I always think about these things in the context of what would I do? So the thing about health, Mike, is that no one's immune from it. We're talking about Syria, we're talking about things around the world. People may feel like that's a over there sort of story. It doesn't affect me. This affects everybody. So I answer from my own vantage point as a very informed person who does a lot of homework. But you got to be humble. I mean, I will just share with you that over the last 5 years, surveys have shown that scientists and doctors have increasingly been perceived as arrogant and dogmatic. And that's heartbreaking because I don't think anybody intends to be that way, but that is the perception. Humility, I think, can be an antidote to that.
Well, thank you. When I think about the dramatic changes today, world doesn't necessarily move at the speed it could. Many years ago, we were introduced to minimally invasive surgery. And the number one cancer that affects African American men is prostate cancer. They have 100% higher incidence and even a higher death rate than any other group in the world. And the number one surgery was a prostatectomy. But when you went to a cancer center, who was ahead of urology and oncology? It was normally a surgeon. Now you're talking to a surgeon who's had a career, and now they might be obsolete here by minimally invasive surgery. And they were able to delay almost 10 years in this country, the onset, because they said, well, how do we know the results 10 years from now are going to be the same? So you're in the hospital overnight rather than maybe for a week, less trauma, less blood, less problems. But technology was putting their careers at risk from that standpoint. So Dr. Rice, as the president and the first woman president and CEO of Morehouse School of Medicine, in many ways, you've been at the forefront of health equity, community health, advancements in healthcare. What innovative approaches at Morehouse are you taking to bridge the gap between health access, innovation, and to make sure the students today are current on what today's technology? If you grew up in China 40 years ago, you never studied diabetes. Maybe a fraction of 1% of the population in China had diabetes. But 20,000 fast food restaurants later, the most people with diabetes in the world are now in China. Increased sugar, increased carbs, animal protein in a world that lived on plant protein. And so they were not prepared, the people that went to medical school. How are you preparing tomorrow's medical leaders?
So again, thank you, Mike, for sharing your wisdom. And I always appreciate being on panel with other thought leaders. And I will tell you, Mike, if you went to medical school when we all went to medical school, the genome was just a double helix, right? The chromosome. We were not really understanding the impact of the genome. And 1990, 13 years to get it, and like you said, billions of dollars, right? And now you can do it for $200. So we've come a long way. But it starts with some basic principles. And Sanjay talked about one of them. How do we continue to educate and train the healthcare professionals that the world needs? It starts with humility. Understanding what we don't know, but what they need to know in order to be able to address the medical complexities. So we start with, first of all, embracing change. Artificial intelligence-driven data analytics is something that we have to embrace. We have to help our students to learn how to utilize ChatGPT in the classroom.
We have to use simulation and virtual reality, because when you think about all of the medical ethical dilemmas or scenarios that students will be faced with once they become that provider, we can simulate that with people who don't look like them, who are not having the same life experiences, and challenge them to think about this in really a virtual reality world. And then the third part of it is really, really critical. We have to have them to learn in an interdisciplinary way. Data scientists, engineers, medical information specialists, nurses, other people who are very much involved in creating new knowledge and translating it into science is really, really critical. And they have to learn in that environment. If we do just those three things, then we create more than just a provider who has cultural humility, but cultural competence, and also understand when they don't know enough to ask for additional resources and how to utilize those resources to make the best choices for the patient.
So give us a feeling, the students that graduate, those that might have graduated 5 years ago, what are their careers today? Are they going into family practice? Are they going into clinical research and care? Where are your students headquartered?
So Morehouse School of Medicine, we will celebrate our 50th anniversary next year. We are 50 years old. So we are one of the younger medical schools, but we were founded in the state of Georgia to diversify the healthcare workforce, work toward the elimination of health disparities, and increase access. We are very proud to say that we continue to see over 65% of our students choose to go back and practice in underserved communities. And also, they are practicing in primary care and critical core specialties. Now, part of that is the way that we expose them and educate and train them, because we understand, we really do believe that the primary care provider is the quarterback. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they get to call all the plays, though, because we try to educate and train these young people to understand, depending on what the issue is or the challenges for the patient. Let's take COVID-19. When we were in the throes of this and there were people on ventilators, you needed that respiratory therapist sometimes to be the quarterback. And as a provider, we have to make sure that they understand when to step back and when to step forward, but to ensure that the care continues to be coordinated for the patient. And so we're very proud of the fact in the way we educate and train our providers that they are continuing to want to go back and practice in underserved communities. Now, one of the things that causes that to be successful, though, is that we recruit students from those communities. So we go into the small counties. We have 159 counties in the state of Georgia. We go into those small counties that are underserved, and we identify students in high school and in college and say, you too can be a doctor, you can be a nurse, you can be a research scientist, and we're going to give you a pathway in order to accomplish this.
So there are many programs that have occurred in the country today, particularly in education, that if you go to school and agree to work in these underserved communities, all your student loans will be written off over a period of time. Does this exist for the students at Morehead?
It does not exist fully in the state of Georgia.
So should we be asking and telling you for this today?
We should be telling you it should exist, right? Because I'll give you this example. About 8 years ago, under Governor Dill, we were able to receive $35 million of unrestricted dollars. We took $5 million of those dollars, and we looked at our residents who were graduating, and we said, if you go back and practice in an underserved community after you finish residency, we'll forgive $50,000 per year of your loans. We only had enough money to do so many, and we could give people $100,000. And we sent the money to the Department of Education and paid down their loans. So they didn't get it in their pockets. So we know that it was going to have this impact. When we look back now at that program, and we look 4 years after those persons receive those dollars, we have a 93% retention rate. Those people stayed in those communities to practice. So we know that these type of programs work. It is a matter of investment. And believe me, there's no company that is going to open up their business or retain their employees to work at the highest level of productivity if they don't have health care and access to health care.
That is so true. So, Jonathan, I met you just a few years ago, 1993. You were a young, promising researcher, clinician at Johns Hopkins, and you announced you're going to go into the field of prostate cancer research, and people told you it would be career suicide. Luckily, I met you and told you it was the best decision you ever made in your life. You left Hopkins, came...
After marrying Plum.
Excuse me, after marrying Plum, the second best decision. You came here, you built the first real cancer center here at Emory. You were the first head of it. You led the Prostate Cancer Foundation worldwide for 14 years, even though you only promised to give me 5 initially from that standpoint. And today you run the medical philanthropies for Bernie Marcus, an individual that's made so much of a difference in this community today. Take us through for a moment how you viewed the world as a young clinician, scientist, promising at Hopkins, to building a cancer center here in Atlanta from the scratch, to running a worldwide disease-specific cancer organization, to now being in charge of what you support financially from the Bernie Marcus Foundation and where you allocate the funds. 4 different stops along the way. You're just a couple days older than you were when we first met. What was your perspective? If you could quickly, let's talk about these 4 points in your life.
So in 1992, I knew I wanted to be a doctor scientist that worked on cancer and ended death and suffering from the cancer that struck down my high school baseball coach. There was no PSA test. So I dedicated my life, to being a doctor scientist. Michael Milken was diagnosed, became like Eleanor Roosevelt for the March of Dimes, or what Michael J. Fox, learning from Mike, did for Parkinson's, which is make a major disease something to talk about and bring the whole community together. And that, you've heard about human capital, so some of my ideas actually got funded. And because I had bright young people at Hopkins, we made some progress in the field. So, but that was literally before the internet. And the Johns Hopkins faculty voted down email the first year because your email address was like 19 letters. So the Genome Project, the whole idea that we can see for major diseases with the genome a future where there's precision medicine, that the right patient gets the right treatment at the right time. And Dr. Gupta has done this incredible job of democratizing knowledge about this. Coming to Georgia, being recruited here to start a cancer center was a natural extension of wanting to make precision medicine a part of cancer care in the state of Georgia, where it was very fragmented. And then, obviously, to run the world's leading foundation in driving science for patients in prostate cancer in my area was an enormous opportunity. But I'd say it's all summarized in this book, and this was not prepared. Or he didn't know I was going to say that. The story really is very simple. This is a decade where we could reduce enormously death, suffering, improve access if we embraced, which this book's about, I think my whole career has been about, which is ultimately precision health span, using all the science, all the medical knowledge, so the right patient gets the right treatment or gets the right prevention and gets the right access at all times. that's what I would say the entire journey is about. It's really about delivering on the promise of the enormity of our science and embracing, to the points that have been made earlier, that all physicians in the future have to be lifelong learners. All nurses have to be lifelong learners. Our patients and families have to become lifelong learners, because all medical information doubled every 50 years. In 1950, this is called Coffey's Law. All the information in medicine, every disease, is doubling now every 11 months. Everything that's known about every disease, there's twice as much information. And short of embracing basically a whole new kind of learning system for every patient, using actually artificial intelligence, machine learning, that's really going to be the way forward to democratize all the promise of science.
I think it's really interesting when you think about what is going to drive the future of health, sort of bouncing off what you're saying. I feel like the medical establishment is sort of inherently risk averse to things, and maybe for good reason. I mean, talking about people's well-being, you're not talking about Twitter, you're talking about taking care of patients. So I think how you look at technology and how we evolve, I think, is a little bit different. But also, it's very interesting when you look at AI in particular and sort of try and predict the impact that it'll have. There's not a lot of metaphors for it.
No.
But if you look at other medical technologies, like if you take a look at something like mammography, so since we're talking about cancer, mammography became sort of widespread adopted sort of in the mid-1970s, 1975-ish. Before that, there was a disparity in mortality between black women and white women. But when I look it up, it was around 7%. That's right. So it was there, but it was around 7%. You introduce widespread mammography, and overall cancer mortality comes down, and the disparities go up. So it's closer to 38% right now. And I think it's just a note. That was mammography, but anytime you introduce a new technology, if bias exists in our society, then things like AI can turbocharge that bias. And I think we just have to I think it's part of the reason we're a little bit risk averse. Mike, you talked about the Da Vinci. I think you were making a comment that maybe that should have been adopted sooner and more rapidly, and I can understand your perspective on that. I think that if you're dealing with an inherently risk-averse environment, you can start to understand why some of these technologies get adopted more slowly. Not that they don't get adopted. Right. I mean, we weren't emailing patients that long ago, but now, we slowly adopt these things.
Let's, over the years, I did a lot of Larry King shows on different subjects, including health. And Jonathan, you remember it was 95, and we wanted to change the paradigm of cancer treatments, etc. And so I had Lee Hood, and I had another doctor, and Larry told me, we need to bring a public figure, because the public often will trust the public figure more than they'll trust the world's leading doctors. So we brought General Schwarzkopf onto the show. And we were trying to get 3,000 families who had had 2 people in the family with prostate cancer just to come so we could study the families. And it had taken Johns Hopkins 12 years to get 800 families. So we had told Johns Hopkins, we're going to try this amazing new technology, television, and see if we can be more successful. And we received those 3,000 families within 1 week. 12 years to 1 week. And this is obviously before where we are with online today. And it was interesting, many people called in and said they were reporting for duty because of General Schwarzkopf. Maybe the best example I could ever give you occurred in polio. So here we're at the Centers of Disease Control in this city, and the polio vaccine was approved 3 years to 4 years after polio was declared an epidemic. but only 1% of teenagers had got vaccinated because they were concerned whether it was safe or not. And so Elvis Presley went on television on the Ed Sullivan Show at the time, got vaccinated, and 80% of all teenagers were vaccinated for the polio vaccine within 6 months. Now, we have a couple panelists here that were vaccinated on television. Could you please recognize yourself and talk to us? Why did you do it? What was your experience?
I think I made you do it.
Dr. Rice, why don't you start?
I get this call from Sanjay, and he says that, we really have to deal with this stigma. I said, I'm dealing with it as much as we can. We're doing drive-bys. We're doing all these type of things at the school. And he says, would you be willing to get the vaccine on television? And we both paused because we would be jumping the line. We're not as young as we look, but we're definitely not as old as we look also. And so we were concerned about that. But we then recognized that we represented a larger group, and perhaps it would deal with some of the concerns that people were having about the hesitancy. And we definitely did get a lot of positive feedback. Yeah. And we were happy to get our vaccines. Now, our family members couldn't get the vaccine. Remember, they were not old enough, and so they didn't like that, but they had to wait their turn. But we think it did make a difference in saying, okay, we believe in this science. And I think, Mike, we also have to really, really acknowledge Operation Warp Speed and what we were able to do during this time of a crisis to remove a lot of the red tape, to getting the scientific breakthroughs to be able to have a vaccine, and how taking that vaccine allows us to sit in this room today. And so we should not underestimate the power of will. And we can remove barriers when we all work more collectively together.
Yeah.
So there are many new technologies available, but I just want to come back since we're talking about the future. So if you visited Earth from Mars and you only had a tricorder, so now you can sequence your genome. Mm-hmm. 2, we can sequence your microbiome now. How are your genes going to be expressed? Mm-hmm. And the fact as you change what you eat, your gut, your drink and stuff, it is starting to change how your genes are expressed. And so we have now see, as I mentioned to you in China, the minute we changed their diet, they changed their diet, a dramatic increase in hormone cancers, dramatic increase in diabetes. And lastly, we can sequence your mutation, so you're not being treated for breast cancer, you're being treated for your breast cancer, and then AI is matching these things up. But new technologies are viewed differently by different people. They're always skeptical. Today, I'm on the board of the Focus Ultrasound. Now, I'm old enough to be part of the Star Trek generation, not Star Wars generation. And they had a doctor named Bones. And he never operated. He just put this little device on your body and then zoomed back and forth, and you were well at the time. Well, today, Focus Ultrasound, the potential for non-invasive surgery in a field that you're very knowledgeable of. And I know you did a special on CNN with my college buddy, Neil Cassell, who founded it. How did you see this as a neurosurgeon and this new technology, since the first applications were first in your brain for tremors? How do you see that, and how do you explain that, boy, you might have a technology of surgery that's sound waves and there's no cutting of your body?
It's remarkable. I mean, it is the manifestation, I think, of the science fiction shows you were watching as a kid. By the way, Neil told me that he tried to take you into the operating room once, and did you actually go in?
Yeah, we had this deal. I went to see him operate on monkeys at the University of Pennsylvania in their brain, and I fainted in the operating room watching this operation. Ever since then, I periodically send him mathematical models to pay him back. Yes, that is true. Maybe one of the first individuals to faint in an operating room.
Had you not fainted, you'd be a surgeon probably today, and the world would be very different. No, but let me just say, I think these types of technologies, the idea of using sound energy to manipulate the brain in some ways, it's pretty remarkable. I think for a long time it was a pipe dream, but because they're able to not only really direct the sound energy to specific areas of the brain, but also image it real time using MRI scans, we can now do, without any kind of incision on the head, the same sorts of things that you'd normally do with a deep brain stimulator. And it works. I mean, they have evidence now. It's FDA approved for essential tremor, for certain types of movement disorders. Study just came out looking at the use of it for prostate cancer as a first-line therapy, not as a salvage treatment. So it's really interesting, and I think the idea that we can find energy in our environment and then use that energy to make these changes in the body it's very inspiring. I will say that, again, and I as a journalist, I always got to be the skeptic to some extent here. I always got to ask the additional questions. So I'll give you an example, Mike. When you do deep brain stimulation, you're putting a stimulator in the brain that you can turn on, you can turn off, you can turn down, you can turn up, you can modulate. When you use sound energy to make a lesion in the brain, that's it. You don't have a chance to sort of reverse that at all. So you have to get it absolutely right. And I think that's why there was this slow roll into these technologies. We've known how to use sound energy to change the brain for a long time, but we wanted to make sure we could do it in a way that was very predictable and obviously wasn't going to cause harm.
So Dr. Gupta, you have another challenge. CNN is seen all over the world. People have different perspectives all over the world. And so as you travel, you get feedback. How does the public view the healthcare system? How is it evolving? And what are the reactions from different places of the world, because they're not just watching you in the United States today?
That is a very important question. It's a challenging question to answer because it is a very heterogeneous sort of look at healthcare. If you look, obviously, we had as Dr. Rice knows better than anybody, we had a terrible tragedy this past week with regards to what happened with the United Health executive. I think what has surprised, a lot of people has been the response to this, somewhat vitriolic response to basically say this was a manifestation of a healthcare insurance industry gone awry. I think that's deplorable, but that is something that you're hearing out there. What is interesting is I think there's a real bifurcation. If you overall poll people, just take the United States in particular, only about 44% of people say their healthcare system is very good or excellent. Right. So more than half say it's not. But when it comes to their own physicians, their own healthcare providers, their nurses, their PAs, it goes into the 70, even 75% range in terms of very good or excellent care. So people like their healthcare teams, even if they criticize the system at the same time. And I think it's part of the reason we don't get a lot of traction, when big elections come around. People don't often vote on healthcare as a primary driver because they're split. They think reforms are necessary, but at the same time, they think they get really good care from the people that provide it for them.
Dr. Rice, a lot of the students coming in are very comfortable with technology. Mm-hmm. If I have a problem, I can talk to my grandchildren, tell me how to solve the problem. Mm-hmm. So the students might be more used to technology today. What about your professors? What about your staff? Mm-hmm. How are they adapting to these dramatic changes?
They are very, very receptive to retraining and uptraining. I have always been surprised. I think about when we went from, the Kodachrome slide to PowerPoint. That was a big jump for all of us, right? They are embracing it. and they are partnering with the students to make sure that they are not missing out on the technological advances of how they should be using all of social media, even TikTok, in the classroom as part of the learning tool. And we have them on our curriculum redevelopment communities, or as we are refining our curriculum, we have the students there having their voice because they are such different learners than what we are. And we have to embrace that. And so I appreciate all of the great faculty who've been great professors using the same textbook for the last 20-some years that nobody actually has a paper textbook now. And now they are having to be responsive to the students' needs. And we're not teaching in the classroom like we used to. I mean, every class is already filmed, etc. And so it is really case-based learning and interactive sessions and simulation and virtual reality, trying to address the complexities that we face as we try to take care of the public.
Well, those students at Morehouse are lucky they have such a young president and CEO from that standpoint. So, in closing, Jonathan, you are now at a place where you are passing out funds, not requesting.
Well, I'm investing.
Excuse me, investing. So we might have a lot of people with us online or in the audience today want to know, how do they approach the Bernie Marcus Foundation? How do they approach you if they're interested in medical-related philanthropy? How are they going to get you to invest in them? What are you focused on?
Well, to quote a great philanthropist, you are your website. Bernie directed last year that we evolve a website because Bernie's very activist form of philanthropy was go out and seek problems the world needed to solve. So basically, we would find you, like the Stroke Center, which is the world's leading stroke center at Grady, right? Oh. Mm-hmm. Or creating the first autism center, the Marcus Autism, in the world, like as MD Anderson created MD Anderson Cancer Center. So you can go to marcusfoundation.org and you can drop off an idea. Also,
so if we do that, Jonathan, let me get.
Yeah.
How do you read those ideas when they come in?
Yes.
Okay,
and
good.
Actually, we're using a large language model developed by two biomedical engineers at Georgia Tech.
That's
Go
right.
Jackets.
Go Jackets.
To read every one of them and lift up what everyone on this stage understands. Like keyword in medicine, we have a shorthand called. We have keywords for things like coronary artery disease or ischemic injury. So we are actually taking this and basically sorting it into the four areas where Bernie's legacy is going to be made in medical philanthropy. One is basically drugging the undruggable in cancer, making entirely new kinds of medicines for cancers that become advanced that we can't cure. So there's cancer. Stem cells, or how to basically regenerative medicine. That's area 2 that's focused. Area 3 is autism, reducing the number of children who are severely autistic and actually developing precision treatments. And of course, last and very dear to Bernie's heart is ending really death and suffering from stroke. And in 2 of those areas at Georgia Tech with the Stem Cell Center, and at Grady and Emory and Morehouse with the Stroke Center, Atlanta really leads the world in these areas, although we're looking nationally. But the handbook for the foundation actually Mike wrote, which Bernie's made everyone read in the foundation after it came out.
Thank you, and I want to thank our panelists to take us to the future of healthcare. And thank you for joining us.
Hi, I'm Matt Christofiak, Chief Human Resource Officer for the Venetian Resort Las Vegas. The Venetian Resort is a luxury destination known for its distinctive architecture, world-class dining, and immersive experiences, bringing just a touch of Venice to Las Vegas. But what truly sets us apart is our commitment to our team members. With industry-leading benefits, a supportive work culture, and ample opportunities for personal and professional growth. We're dedicated to creating a welcoming environment for both our team members as well as our guests. We believe financial literacy is key to independence and security, but it's often not covered in schools or at home. Even with competitive compensation, we know that life can be unpredictable, and team members may face sudden financial challenges that put them just a paycheck away from hardship. Financial stress impacts health, attendance, and ultimately affects our entire organization. By offering tools to manage debt and growing savings, we aim to support a more engaged, secure, and loyal workforce. This investment in financial literacy benefits both our team members as well as the company. When searching for a financial literacy partner, Operation Hope stood out. Their program offers robust reporting, a hands-on approach, and is tailored to our work environment. They provide each team member with one-on-one experience, either in person or virtually, with a dedicated multilingual coach. Now, nearly 2 years into this partnership, we're confident that their approach is empowering our team members to take charge of their financial futures. Seeing the success of our team members in this program is inspiring. Many have seen their credit scores rise, opened their first savings accounts, paid off debt, and even bought their first homes. This program has made a real difference in their lives and will continue to benefit them and their families. We look forward to seeing even more team members gain financial confidence and security as we continue this partnership with Operation Hope.
All right. We're getting down to the closing stretch. You doing okay so far? All right. Now, some of you who were here on the first night, we featured a lot of our clients, and they shared their story. And so we're about to give an award called the Client Voice Award to one of our top coaches out of 300 coaches who had the best Net Promoter Score. But I'm going to have my Chief Experience Officer, Ed Eberhardt, share very briefly what that is, and we're going to present the award. Ed?
So, good afternoon. And very briefly, I have the honor of being Operation Hope's first Chief Experience Officer, and it's been, quite frankly, the honor of my life. So thank you guys for, allowing Operation Hope to be the kind of organization that grows and matures in this way. So we've become very intentional about gathering our client data and just going to tell us, the things that we do well, the things we need to work on, and how we can change and evolve for the future. And a great kind of side effect of this is that we've identified the coaches that are the highest performers in terms of client feedback, both in terms of Net Promoter Score and also the many testimonials and stories that our surveys provide. And I'm so excited and happy to honor Calvin Haynes here with our first ever Client's Voice Award.
Calvin represents our Delta Hope Inside partnership out of New York, the JFK Airport. So, Calvin, congratulations, and we're proud of you. Give him a round of applause.
Very much.
All right, y'all. We started big, and we're going to start even bigger. So I'm going to need some of you to get on your feet because we've got another all-star group. So they're going to close out this conversation in a big way. We're going to look at the future of culture and the Black culture and self-determination. So I want you to get on your feet for trap legend, actor, comedian, and entrepreneur, T.I. Harris. Actor, director, producer, investor, and philanthropist, Boris Kojo. The president and chief executive officer of BET Media, Scott Mills. Grammy and Emmy award-winning artist and host of Love and Respect with Killer Mike, Killer Mike Render. And fresh from the taping of the show First Take on ESPN, the host of the Stephen A. Smith Show and YouTube, Mr. Stephen A. Smith. Give it up, y'all.
How y'all doing? Can y'all hear us? I'm honored to be on stage and honored to be asked to come here by John Hope Bryant and be here today. So I just want to give another round of applause to the young men we have up here today. Thank y'all for being here. And we have the future. I use notes. I was taught to always keep notes by my elementary school teacher. So you guys, I ain't going to ask for forgiveness because I like reading. We know that black culture has pushed and stemmed this culture in this country forward. I don't care if you're talking about who really invented the cotton gin, to who put in the work and labor to build this country from bricks and nails standpoint. We know that we've contributed, whether it was music through rock and roll, blues, gospel, rap, and more, whether it was television. I know Norman Lear was a heck of a producer, but I know a black man wrote those shows. So all that to say that black culture has been a fuel that put this country on the forefront on many things. And I would like to talk about these people or talk with these people today. So the first question is for all. The black community has been on the forefront of cultural prominence through the world. How should we prioritize maintaining ownership and control of that influence in media, music, and other industries? And we'll start with anyone who wants to start.
Okay, I'll say two things. First, we must believe in each other. We must believe in each other, and we must believe in ourselves because we see ourselves in each other.
Amen.
And in that belief comes investment. When we can take the money that a lot of people, excuse my language, but a lot of people think the white people's ice is colder. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When we can come to each other within our own communities and invest in things that would allow equity and ownership, you know, we could share it with each other rather than go somewhere else and have someone else have that equity and ownership.
So we're going to get to Boris next, but I really like what you said about believing in one another, because believing in one another, you're believing in yourself because you see one another and one another. I can think about, record company deals. A lot of people didn't want to sign with smaller companies, but take T-Pain, for instance. He always uses the example of having a bigger opportunity at a larger company for one song versus building a career by signing with Akon for considerably less money, but he's had a much longer career. So that's an example, I think, of two black people who believed in one another, and the results have been over 20 years of hit making from Mr. Payne. Boris, what do you think as an actor and more around that, our culture and cultural investment? What could we do?
Well, I got to go back because one of the things that I realized was that this country still prioritizes the protection of whiteness over dealing with racism, inequality, wealth gap, all those things, and that it is really, like you said, it's up to us to continue to, like you so eloquently put it, Mike, what was it? To plot, plan, organize, mobilize?
Plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize.
Exactly. So we've been plotting and planning for a while now, right? I think it's time for us to really focus on the mobilizing part, the creating synergy part, the partnership part. And as I alluded to yesterday, it's something we're not good at. And it's something that we have to practice. We have to practice having conversations with each other. We have to practice asking for help. If you're in your house and you're trying to figure out how to compete with your brother and sister, it's a wasted day. They have separated us from our brothers and sisters for the past 400 years. Divide and conquer. They have taken our language. They have taken our names. They've taken our customs. And we have to understand that the power that we have lies in the volume. The power that we have lies in us collectively. The creative industry is a $2.5 trillion industry that we control. We are the cultural leaders. We are the social influencers. The buying power that they're talking about black people have is 1.5 trillion. That's not true. The collective buying power we have is $4.5 trillion. Because we're not 40 million black people. We're 2 billion black people. So we got to shift our perspective and stop working in silos and focus on each other and how we can make changes together.
Scott, moving to you in the plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize part, you as the CEO of BET running the largest black media company, essentially you are the organizing and mobilizing part. It's not a dream, it's not aspirational, it's not a what if, it's not a what could be. You on an everyday basis are the tip of the spear. You on an everyday basis have a workforce that is primarily black. How does this impact you as not only a CEO, because we know you gotta sell stuff, but as a black man, how does that affect you?
Well, I appreciate the question, and I think context is important. We're talking about black culture. Why is it so relevant? I would posit that black culture is arguably one of the single most valuable assets that we have in the black community. Other communities have been able to accumulate lots of other things that have extraordinary value. And one of the things that the black community has created that is of almost absolutely universal appeal is black culture. And if you understand the role that black culture has had in creating black wealth in this country, it's pretty extraordinary. The very first black American billionaire, right, created a business that was anchored in black culture. And if you think about our community, even today, while we've had more opportunities to create wealth in areas outside of culture, we have more people who are creating wealth in finance and technology and real estate. But the reality is there's still a disproportionate fraction of black wealth that is actually being generated by people who are in, around, adjacent to, and leveraging our culture overall. So it's profoundly important. And at BET, we use our position to have black culture be the through line for everything we do. It's built into our DNA because we have this perspective that black culture is effectively the operating system for how the black community functions, right? It influences and reflects how we think about things, how we respond to things, our aspirations, some of our fundamental and foundational values, issues, focuses, and priorities. And so for us, sitting at the intersection of our community as a portal for our community, people who want to reach our community and to engage our community, we really take the perspective that black culture is such an important asset that has to be respected, celebrated, and elevated. And we do that in our shop by really focusing on what role do we have to play to always be supportive of strengthening our culture. And there are just a couple of quick examples I'll use. One is obviously through our shows, we aspire to identify extraordinary examples of people and opportunities and moments in our culture and elevate them and celebrate them. Two, to Tip's point earlier, we are focused extraordinarily on collaboration, working with creative partners, business partners. Three, we understand that the culture's really anchored in ownership and opportunity. And so we don't just do traditional deals with people. A lot of the times when we work with big partners, we say, yes, we'll enter into a traditional arrangement, but also let's create an equity opportunity, right? So when we did our big deal with Tyler Perry, we said, yes, we'll do a big programming deal with you, but in addition, let's create a joint venture where you have equity in the streamer BET+. When we work with Kenya Barris, yes, we'll do a big overall deal with you, but let's create a joint venture where you have equity in BET Studios. And so we really think it's our responsibility. To use our position to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support the culture.
Man, that's amazing. It's dope that you mentioned Tyler because he has been a shining example. I also would like to add 50 Cent has now opened up studios. We just got a rumor that Cat Williams has done the same. Yeah. Do you anticipate, as the runner of BT, do you anticipate seeing more artists matriculate into executive positions in which studios and more will be open?
I absolutely do. I think in part, our culture is a portal for people. I mean, I think hip hop's the best example of this. I always wonder when you look at the people who've been most successful in hip hop, and then they've gone on and created successful businesses and what have you. One question is, well, did they start in hip hop because they're artists first, or did they start in hip hop because there's so many barriers in our community for people to actually just start as a business person, right? That you actually have to go through and you have to become a big celebrity and make a little bit of money and develop those relationships. And then you're invited into rooms and you're given opportunities and you get access to capital in ways that in our community most people don't have, right? And so I think that we'll see more and more people using the portal that is our culture to create more business opportunities, because I think ultimately more of our community wants to be business people.
Stephen, man, you're one of my favorite people on television. You're not afraid to give. I own barbershops. You give some of the best barbershop debates. I got to get you in my barbershop debate. Culturally, what I see you have the ability to do is disagree without being disagreeable, the ability to admit in times that I've been wrong and not be afraid to assert when you're right. You are the black man that stands on the blocks that makes sure the boys don't do the bullshit after school and they get to school. And you are a figure that we know, but you've brought that to a broader audience and it's been received well. How important is Black cultural capital to you? And what do you see our need going into the next 2, 5, 10, or 20, 50, and 100 years to be?
Well, it's everything to me because I'm a black man and I'm proud to be a black man. But I think that what's incredibly important is that the word accountability is what enters my mind. I just had the pleasure of meeting Scott. I've known Boris and my brother for years, and T.I., great people, accomplished a lot of great things. But the one thing that resonates, you know when people are equally yoked. When you run across them. Everybody that's black ain't down for black causes. And it's really important to emphasize that, because I certainly wouldn't accuse anybody on this stage of being guilty of that. But I would defy anybody to deny that what I just said about us as a people is true. And when I think about my role in terms of being on television, I roll up on ESPN, and long before it was popular, they had Stuart Scott, the great late Stuart Scott, God rest his soul, that pioneered and spearheaded so many opportunities, but there were other people before him. There's a guy that was before him that's still around, and Mike Wilbon. There's the late, great Ralph Wiley. There's the late, great Brian Burwell. There were so many, John Saunders and others. There were so many different people. And when you're on television and you're pounding that pavement and you're preaching about black culture, well, let me give you a taste of it from a talent perspective. We're in the media. It's the fourth estate, which means it has a license to formulate perceptions about people, about communities, about human beings, etc. And for every story we told, there's 10 to 20 different stories that we fought to make sure wasn't disseminated to the masses. But the second we miss something, we're a sellout. We're a coon. We're all of these negative connotations that come into play with people that come from your community that supposedly are the embodiment of black culture, but don't see when somebody's right in front of their face fighting on behalf of the culture, recognizing the importance of sacrificing your behind because of the stupidness you did in support of the collective whole. And when we don't pay attention to that, then we compromise what T.I., what Boris, and what Scott just articulated. Because we don't have the courage to accept and embrace accountability for the action. I'm not talking character. Nobody should be character assassinated. Nobody should be stigmatized across the board. And you know what? You're defined by your worst mistake. But in the end, when you make a mistake, it's your own that comes at you trying to castigate you that way. And then we get in the way of our own progress. I'll give you a perfect example before I move on. So you got athletes that were doing documentaries and shows and stuff like that. And I remember they were doing something on the Tulsa riots, Black Wall Street, 1920s. Okay. When blacks, everybody talking about, we don't want a handout. We don't want, you just want a handout. You're about the government. Well, we weren't. We were independent thinkers. We were business owners. We were property owners. We were all of these things. And then white folks came about the business of terrorizing the town to make sure that you couldn't develop and elevate yourself. We had athletes that were doing documentaries on this. I'm sitting there on national television saying, hello, come promote it. You don't want to because you mad that I called out you shot 2 for 20. Now, what kind of sense does that make? It's like
you and Cameron terrorizing that.
I only use that as an example in closing to highlight my biggest point. We get in our own way because the mission is bigger than me. It's bigger than you. I didn't invite you on the show because I'm in love with you. I invited you on the show because what you're doing is so important.
Absolutely.
That you shooting 2 for 20 don't matter.
Absolutely.
It was about that.
Absolutely.
But too many of us can't see beyond that 2 for 20 performance, figuratively speaking. And it gets in the way of our own progress. And that's a story that's never told enough.
All right. We got to. Young man, because Aunt criticized you does not mean he hating you. And the bigger story is come tell your bigger story.
2 for 20 is 2 for 20.
2 for 20 is 2 for 20. Boris.
Yes, sir.
You are a world citizen. You are a 3 passport holder. And I've been blessed by singing and dancing to travel the world 5 times. And I've understood that black people pretty much, we ain't much different anywhere I go. We like beans, we like rice, we eat a good bowl of chicken. No matter where we go, we cook good food. But I've realized that places we go, a lot of times we're still holding the 1 or 2 bottom rung of the ladder. And to matriculate up, I always felt like we needed to have more cross collaboration. We needed to reach across the waters back. We needed to make sure if we're in Australia, we visit Perth, because there are a lot of black folks there. I know if we're running through Asia, where are we at there? I just left Rotterdam, which I'd not spent a lot of time in. I'm usually in Amsterdam, stone like a rock. I was in Rotterdam this time and learned of the rich cultural black history that's there. Could you tell us how important it is that black people, although identifying locally, need to think and connect globally, and how important that's been to you and what it can do for us in the next 20, 50, and 100 years?
Wow. Well, it's hugely important. Number one, growing up between Europe and Africa and seeing America in the distance, there was McDonald's, there was the flag, and there was Michael Jackson. Those are sort of the images that were being broadcast around the world, and that's what makes a lot of people want to come here. The U.S. is a place. I want to be really careful. I want to be. Time. Yeah, I want to be really careful.
Consult Stephen A.
Take your time.
Look, let's put it this way. The black experience has been primarily defined through the prism of the African American experience. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Movies, TV shows, music has been dominated by the African American culture, which has also limited us as African people. We're all African people. Every single person in here is African. I don't care if you're white or black. Everybody in here is African. And it has that perspective has limited us to believing that we are a minority. We're actually the vast majority on this planet. Black and brown people make up 84% of this planet. So we all have believed the hype, which has tremendously stifled us and limited us in our thinking, and thereby in how we behave and act. Now, we are all in an industry that creates narratives. We have the power to not only create narratives and then let them be exploited, but control and own our narratives. And what happens when we own and control our narrative, we control perception. Perception is the biggest challenge that we have as black people and as a continent of Africa as a whole. When we think of Africa, we think of what? Zebras and huts. We think of poverty, we think of famine, we think of corruption and mass exodus to Europe or whatever. We don't think about diversity, 3,000 different languages, culturally historic sites, beaches more beautiful than anywhere else in the world, architecture. The most powerful work, the youngest people on the planet. Average age of Americans is 36. Average age of Europeans, 42. Average age of Africans, 19. Africa's getting younger, everybody else is getting older. The entire creative industry is shifting to Africa in the next 10 years, just by way of numbers. We have 800 million smartphones in Africa. It's going to go up to 1.4 billion smartphones in Africa. High-speed internet penetration is 15%. Here it's 95%. What do you think is going to happen when that penetration goes up to 40, 50%, 60%? So our perspective needs to change. And with it, our willingness, like Stephen just put it, to work together. I reminded people yesterday to stand up and say, I need help. We have to do the same thing in our industries. We are the leaders of our industries, and yet we keep going for the check rather than for ownership. We have to understand that we hold the responsibility. We are standing on the shoulders of the Denzel Washingtons, on the Sidney Poitiers of the world, and we have the responsibility, and we have to be accountable for the fact that we have to not just open doors, we have to own rooms. We have to own the table that everybody keeps talking about. And nothing, like you just said, nothing is standing in our way except ourselves.
Speaking of ownership, I got a stubborn little homeboy who about 20 years ago called himself the king of the South. Pissed a lot of people off. A lot of old rappers got mad. But then, man, a little tilted hat dude, skinny kid, went out and proved it. And I've seen him, even before partnering with him, because he's my partner, but he's also my business partner now in a restaurant called Bankhead Seafood that's 3 miles away. Purchased from a woman who owned it 50 years. Tip, you've built businesses. You've advocated for economic empowerment within the black community. People told you were crazy when you start saying, I'm going to self-finance my own films. I'm going to direct my own films. I'm going to do my own comedy. I'm going to own a record company, give other people like the amazing Young Dro and PSC an opportunity, even myself. You are not only one of the absolute greatest rappers the South has ever produced, you've been one of the most dominant and prominent businessmen created out of the rap community in the city. What led you to understand the importance of ownership and not just participating as an artist?
Well, different things led me to understand the importance of ownership in different facets of business.
Yes, sir.
I understood ownership in music because when I said I wanted to be a rapper, my uncle, he said, well, you need to go and learn everything it is about, what is valuable in the music industry. So I went and bought the book, Donald Passman, All You Need to Know About the Music Industry, music business, and I read it at 10 years old.
Yeah.
10, 11, 12 years old. So I understood, and hit me in, the book hit me in. I understood what a good deal was, what a bad deal was. I understood what publishing was, what mechanical rights was. I understood that very early. So that is what allowed me to understand that in music. In film, what allowed me to understand it was I just got tired of waiting on other people to see me in a position before I could actually allow myself to be in that position. I did a show with my wife, my family, and my children that is really, you know, like a visual photo album of all my children growing up called Family Hustle, and I did it at Viacom with VH1. And I did it, you know, before Scott was running the show over there. But we spent, I think, maybe 13 seasons, maybe 11 years of our life, you know, opening the doors of our homes, sharing our experiences, and one vicious, nefarious tale.
Based on bullshit.
Based on bullshit with no substance, no validity, no truth to it. One vicious, nefarious lie caused them to pull the plug, close the door, never even called to ask me to say, is this true or not? Never waited on due process, never get one, and not just for myself, but for my family.
Yes, sir.
To see my family be subjected to that. Said, you know what, man? I'm gonna put my little money together. I don't care how much it costs or how good anyone else thinks it is. I'm going to begin to make films that I produce, I finance, that I direct, telling stories that I want to tell without asking anyone for permission. And we started with one. We started with one, and it, you know, it did well. We've since financed another, and we've produced 3 films now. And we intend, that was last year. I intend to produce 3 more this year, and so on and so forth. And so I guess to answer that question plainly, it was out of sheer necessity.
Amen. Amen.
Sheer necessity is what caused me to understand.
And that's how I know a white man didn't invent the cotton gin. let me give you, we only have 4 minutes left. We only have 4 minutes left, but I think it's important that I say this because for Scott to even say, as the lead of BET, he didn't understand how cross-sectioned Atlanta was in terms of celebrity, private equity and money, and politics working cohesively. I think that was the goal of Maynard and Andy. Ultimately, everyone from Shirley to Bill to every mayor we've had here has understood that. The 4 men that are on here, I want you to give me something about Atlanta that you think black people need to know to come here, to plant their flag here, in order to make what's here compound and grow even more. In my mind, Atlanta should be the capital of the black world, because the opportunity is here. Not because we're better, not because we got it all figured out, but we figured out cooperating. We figured out political money, political process and private money cooperating. We figured out how to help entertainers and athletes become business people. And I'm talking about Hank Aaron, not just T.I. I'm talking about we have over 120-year history of succeeding on multiple fronts here. What can black people bring to this city that will help in your particular interest or help us overall? I'd like to know, starting with Steve. Besides another athlete, because we got a lot of them too.
Well, don't get me started with them. I won't do that today. When you talk about Atlanta being the capital, I would say to you, respectfully, think bigger. Mm-hmm. I don't know about anybody else, but I ain't playing. Go for it. Let Atlanta be a hub. When you see people like yourself and T.I. here and stuff like that, okay, that's cool. That's beautiful. But if everything is condensed in one small area, in my eyes, that makes you a stationary target.
Gotcha.
And I don't like being a stationary target. To hit me with a knockout blow, you need to have to come from a multitude of angles to pull that off. And when you talk about black people, the chances of you being able to pull that off is slim to none. So what I would say to Atlanta, what helped make Atlanta what it is right now, it wasn't just the people here. it was Atlanta attracting an abundance of people here from everywhere.
Amen.
And they branched out, and all of a sudden, Atlanta became a moving target. It was a hub,
Amen,
but it became a moving target. And that is what I would ask you to remember about yourself.
So we need more Negroes in Atlanta. Bring your talents to Atlanta. We would love to have you.
So they can branch out.
Yes,
so they can branch out and represent Atlanta,
Absolutely.
even when they ain't in Atlanta.
Amen. Amen.
So we're at an extraordinary time in this country, as we all know. And I think for a lot of people, it's an opportunity to think about the road ahead.
Yes, sir.
And I think in particular for the Black community, where there's a lot of fragmentation. The reality is, as we all know, there's extraordinary diversity within the Black community, so it's not a single monolithic thing. But notwithstanding that, there's still extraordinary fragmentation. And I think to the point everybody's been making, that fragmentation is a limiting factor on our success as a community. And I think what we see in Atlanta that you don't see in New York, where I live, you don't see in LA, is this level of collaboration across a multitude of areas. And that model, I think, could be a very powerful model for the Black folks in New York to understand and figure out how to deploy, and the Black folks in LA to understand and figure out how to deploy. And I think if we could do that, we'd actually get to some of these aspirations that we're talking about where people are working more collaboratively. So I would propose that Atlanta export that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what you're talking, and you were saying is the private, public sector and the entertainment sector cross-section here in a much different ways than other places.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Boris.
To piggyback what Scott just said, I think, focus on exporting goods and services, not talent.
Gotcha.
Owning talent, protecting talent, owning IP. It's great that Tyler owns a part of BET streaming. It's great that Kenya owns a part of BET Studios. Who owns the other part? You need to own the other part. We need to help you own the other part.
I appreciate it.
Because as long as we don't own the majority of BET, as an example, his show is going to be canceled. When we own the other part of BET, his show won't be canceled. There will be 7 spinoffs. So yes, this is a great beginning, but let's keep focusing on ownership. Let's keep focusing on protecting IP and talent, and let's do it together. Let's stop working in silos. Let's do it together. Everybody in this room can contribute. Ask for help, and we can work this out together.
All right.
I will begin by saying that of all of the problems that plague our community as Black people, 99% of them would be solved simply by us sticking together. So while I agree with everything everyone on stage said about the answer to your question, I will say this jokingly, but with a very strong hint of seriousness. Send your money, but keep your ass where it's at, because we full in Atlanta. You hear me?
Oh, wow. Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Send the money, but keep your ass where it's at, okay?
I want to say that Charles Blow has a book called The Devil You Know. He has a documentary called Black Power Down South, and I would like to encourage people by letting them know that 54% of all African Americans live in the South. Atlanta is not perfect, but it has been a great example the last 120 some odd years of what's possible. And I mean that from everybody from David T. Howard to the millionaires we've created. What I want us to do is create a Birmingham, a Charlotte, a Jacksonville, a Tampa, a Savannah, a Macon, so that the South becomes a hub for Black ingenuity and money. Thank you, gentlemen, for your day. I appreciate you so much. And I leave with a lot more hope than I came in with. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you.
please welcome Hope Global Forum co-chair and Operation Hope Global spokesman, Ambassador Andrew Young.
Thank you, man.
Everybody, stay on the stage, brothers. We've got a special wrap-up presentation with our hero, Ambassador Andrew. Have you enjoyed this forum? Have you enjoyed this forum? We made a $5,000 to $10,000. Everybody stay on the stage. Do not leave the stage. Back on the stage. All the brothers. We made a $5,000, $10,000 investment in every delegate who's here. You were selected, you were nominated, you were curated to be here. This is no accident. We made an investment in you. We expect you to go out and plant seeds elsewhere. We expect you to be forces for good. We expect you to be seeds of hope. We expect you to take this and leverage it into every community you're in. You cannot rely on these folks to carry you to the promised land. I believe in the James Brown version of affirmative action. Open the door, I get it my damn self. So, as we wrap up, did you enjoy this last session? I have two announcements to make, both of which are unscheduled. He has no idea about this. First of all, because of Ambassador Young's leadership and support in bringing me here to Atlanta and nurturing me and giving me and putting his arms around me and giving me support, that both quiet and not quiet, calling people, telling me I'm not completely crazy, and they can trust me. People did trust me. I never tried to raise money at the Hope Global Forum to help poor people. I'm obsessed with just doing it myself. I decided to try. So about a week and a half ago, I called my team and said, I'm going to raise $100 million. And they're like, you crazy. I stand here today, the 10th anniversary of the Hope Global Forum, and announce today we have commitments today in the last week. Delta Airlines this morning emailed and said, I'm in for $5 million. That's Ed Bastian. Navy Federal said we're in for $1.2 million. Shopify, you heard it yesterday, they're in for $60 million. That's the 1 Million Black Business Initiative. We're going to bring that to Africa too, Boris. Then Shopify called back and said, you can't do all this work with increased risk. So they gone from 130 million plus 60 million to 190 million commitment over 10 years. Why are they doing this? Yeah, they're good people, but they want customers. They want black customers, which is the right answer. They called back and said, it's going to be a lot of pressure on you, so we need to hire some people in Atlanta, not in Canada where we are. Here's another $1 million for staff. Truist stood on the stage yesterday, black man at Truist, one of the highest ranking in America, said we're in for $20 million. iHeart said, Bob Pittman, we're in for $5 million. We need to help get the word out. B of A said we're in for $4.6 million. Bishop T.D. Jakes is in for $450,000. That's a black man. Biller Foundation, $150,000. Target Corporation, $200,000. Southern Company, run by another black man, Chris Womack. The only, I think, one of the few black men, Fortune 500 CEOs, $300,000. Clayton Homes, $400,000. Then we have individuals like Eric Rushin, $10,000. Dan Hoffman, $25,000, $15,000. And individual donors, meaning you out there, here's $2,500. That's $20,356. And then Phil Griffin, I'm going to throw this in. Phil Griffin raised $1 million from Peacock and MSNBC. This is not my money. To do a documentary on the life and times of Ambassador Andrew Young. It'll be on Peacock and MSNBC, Martin Luther King Day, 2026. Mark your calendars already around the world. We raised, not including his $1 million, I can't claim that, we've raised, as of this day, $98,370,000. We're on our way. And I can't give you no money, but I'm going to give you an award. $98,370,376. Where's the treasurer? You ain't getting this back. And this money is worn. You know, he's been rubbing this in his pocket for like 3 years. This is one toe up $20 bill.
Let my interest accrue.
Ladies and gentlemen, Operation Hope present to Ambassador. $130 honorary doctorate degrees, Presidential Medal of Freedom, French Foreign Legion Award, first black man elected to the Congress from the traditional South since Reconstruction, Mayor of Atlanta 2 terms, first black UN ambassador in the history of the United States of America, senior lieutenant to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the only mayor ever mentored by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the man that Dr. King asked to go create a political movement because he said all of us are going to not live until past 40. One of us has to live to 100. Him and his wife, and Dr. King's wife, Bernice's mother, born in the same little town. How you can't make this shit up? This guy is prophetic. This is the Nelson Mandela of our age. This man is amazing. Built Atlanta into the only international city in the South. The beacon that Killer Mike talked about. Ambassador Andrew Young, Hope Global Spokesman, in recognition of your unmatched impact in Atlanta, the United States, and around the world, thank you for being a tireless crusader for civil rights and civil rights. We love you.
Can I hold this from me?
92 years young.
I want to remind you of what you have experienced here these last 5 days. I was standing back there with John's staff, and I was looking at this panel, and I said, how much you think these guys are worth, and what can we put a price tag on their presence here? And you said this yourself when I said I didn't make but $50,000 a year for 8 years as mayor and didn't get no retirement. You said, damn. Now, one of the things I did, he was president of the Mayor's Youth Council when he was 15 years old. And, so I've known him a long time, and he said his wife made him cancel an engagement for a weekend where he would have made $400,000. Now, it took me 8 years to make that. But I'm not complaining because I have enjoyed every minute of my time here in Atlanta, and knowing and loving and sharing with you has made that possible. But what I want you to remember is, well, we also figured up how much time has been given by the panelists, and we came up with a figure of $12 million. That's what you have received in these last 5 days. The wisdom of a Michael Milken or of Dr. No, I'm talking about the president of Morehouse Medical School. No, Morehouse Medical School. Valerie Montgomery Rice, a young lady from Macon who went to Georgia Tech and Harvard and came back to be president of Morehouse Medical School for the last 50 years. I mean, not for 50 years, but it's 50 years old. And you heard what they're doing in health. That the experience that you have had here is well worth a college degree. And I hope you've been taking notes. I don't know whether it's legal to record, but when you get out of here, write down some things that you picked up from some of the heroes and sheroes that have shared their souls with us and have made this week possible. Now, when I talk with John, I had a headache in Houston, but I don't know how many years ago, and I was looking for somebody to get me an aspirin. 25 years ago?
Yeah, at least maybe 30.
And he was a little raggedy boy running around, but he knew a lady who had a Mercedes. And he went and got a key. Let me use your key for a little while. And he came and took me to get an aspirin. That's how we started out. And I said to him, there's so many things going on in Atlanta, that you need to be there. But there are too many things going on in Los Angeles. And it'll take you too long to get a footing in Atlanta, but in Los Angeles. But if you come to Atlanta, we need your kind of leadership. And I don't know that I know anybody that has learned to love and to contribute to this community with as many diverse and wonderful people of all ages, races, creeds, and colors as John Bryant has done for the United States of America. And he's a new kind of leader. And I used to kid him. He's telling me to shut up. I didn't say it. But it says 3 minutes and 25 seconds down here. But I want to go back and remind him where he came from. The chutzpah, the balls, the brains, the brazenness, the cockiness, all of the things that make him a good brother. I think he owes a hell of a lot of that to being put in the middle of Don Cornelius' Soul Train. And I don't know how many months or years he was on that show, but it brings out things from the very depth of you to have to go down a Soul Train line on national television every day. See? And whatever that is, he got it. And he brought it to us, and he shared it with all of the rest of us. And I just want to say thank you, John, but I want to remind you that this is a tremendous asset to your learning, to your life, to your faith. And I wasn't just clowning. I really believe that, and I learned this from your daddy, truth crushed the earth will rise again. Truth forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. And yet that scaffold sways the future, because behind the dim unknown standeth God within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. You are his own. You are God's children. And God has put you here to make this earth more like a beloved community, like the kingdom of heaven. And you are the angels of earth. Go forth and never forget who you are, where you came from, and how many people sacrificed and suffered to make it possible for you to be all that you are and all that you're going to be. God ain't through with any of us yet, not even me at 92. I plan to make it to 100 at least. Because there's a lot that we've got to do yet. We are just beginning. God has blessed us. Go forth and pass around God's blessings.
Is Carolyn Young here? If she stand up, please. There are two women that I want to commend. Please stand up, Carolyn. The two women that have been very special to make Andrew Young. Jean Childs Young and Carolyn Young. Behind every successful man is an exhausted woman. Thank you, Carolyn Young. And we're wrapping up.
Did you have a good time? This was a heck of a closing. Let's give them a round of applause for closing us out strong. Thank all of our sponsors. Thank the Signia Hotel. Thank Q&A Events for helping us pull this off. And thank you for being here. And I want to thank our wonderful MC, Donna Lowry. Let's give her a lot of love.
Thanks.
She's been doing this with us for a lot of years.
Yeah.
We appreciate you.
Okay, thanks. Well, be good to each other. And remember, just put it on your calendar right now, December 1st through the 3rd, 2025, right back here at the Signa. Have a wonderful, wonderful December.
Thank you for attending the Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. We look forward to seeing you next December.